The Committee of Homeland Security will come to order. Without objection, the chair may declare the committee in recess at any point. Without objection, the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Dela Cruz, is permitted to sit on the dais and ask questions to the witnesses. The purpose of this hearing is to receive testimony on Secretary Mayorkas' open border policies and how they've taken a terrible human cost across America. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. When we talk about the crisis at our southwest border, it's easy to focus on the big picture, on Secretary Mayorkas' open border policies, the chaos unfolding directly at the border itself, and the larger costs that this unprecedented wave of illegal immigration has imposed on our society. We tend to talk about record Border Patrol apprehensions, which, by the way, have risen from a temporary low of 100,000 in June to 132,000 in July and reported 177,000 in August, completely undermining claims that Mayorkas' new policies would somehow limit illegal crossings. All these things are worth focusing on, and that's why this committee is investigating the administration's border crisis, particularly DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas' dereliction of duty and his radical open border policies. However, these larger discussions often overlook the devastating human toll this crisis has taken on individuals and families across our country. We've long said that this crisis has turned every state into a border state and every town into a border town. The consequences of the chaos at the southwest border have spread throughout our country, impacting all Americans. The men and women on our panel bear witness to this tragic reality. Before we hear their stories, I want to highlight a few of the ways in which Mayorkas' open border policies have exacted a terrible price on an untold number of innocent and vulnerable people, Americans and migrants alike. Let's start with fentanyl. Phase 2 of this committee's investigation established that the Mexican cartels have taken unprecedented control of our southwest border and have used that control to push record amounts of fentanyl across the border and into our communities. Tens of thousands of Americans are dying from fentanyl poisoning, often without knowing they're consuming the drug in the first place. And DHS has said they think they're only catching 5 to 10% of the fentanyl crossing our border. The CDC predicted in May that opioid overdose deaths, including those from fentanyl, increased in 2022 to nearly 83,000. The cartels are killing Americans, particularly young people, one poisoning at a time. Yet, where's the outrage from Mayorkas? Where is the action? The cartels have exacted a heavy price from the very migrants that they smuggle and traffic across the border. At least 1,700 migrants have been found dead on U.S. soil under this administration's policies. CBP stopped publicly reporting this statistic after FY21, but I'm calling on them to report this figure once again so the American people understand the human cost of this open border. Former Border Patrol Chief Rodney Scott recently told this committee, and I quote, "Chaos kills people, and we created a chaotic border situation," end quote. Sadly, the numbers show that he's right. Migrants are also being abused and exploited to an unprecedented degree. Women and children are being sexually assaulted along the journey, while others who eventually make it to the United States are lured or coerced into sex slavery. According to the New York Post reports, brothels are operating in broad daylight in Sunset Park, Brooklyn, where immigrants are reportedly coerced into prostitution. CBP has recorded a historic number of encounters of unaccompanied minors at the southwest border since Mayorkas took the helm. He announced he would release these children into the United States instead of sending them home to their families. Around 400,000 since February 21. Talk about separating families. This secretary has separated 400,000 children from their families. Between DHS and the Department of Health and Human Services, hundreds of thousands of these kids have been released into the interior, often to individuals who have no business taking care of a minor. Tragically, many of these children have been placed into exploitive situations, often because the Biden administration has Mayorkas eliminated basic safety protocols from the vetting process. As one DHS official said back in 21, and I quote, "This administration wants these families and kids released quickly. That is their number one goal. So they are not going to do anything to slow that process down," end quote. The Biden administration cares more about politics than ensuring minors are not exploited and abused. And make no mistake, they certainly have been to a horrific degree. Under Mayorkas' leadership, they are reporting that they've lost track of 85,000 UACs after release. A Florida grand jury investigation into the handling of these minors found that in one case, 100 children were sent to the same address in Austin, Texas. 100 kids. Other addresses, 44, 25. These minors themselves are being pushed into servitude of all kinds, from the sex trade to forced labor. As the New York Times, not known as a conservative bastion, by the way, reported extensively earlier this year. Our committee has been digging into this issue for months now, and let me tell you, when we publish our findings, the American people will be shocked and disgusted at how Secretary Mayorkas' policies have explicitly led to the mass trafficking, exploitation, and abuse of vulnerable minors. It is truly horrifying. I cannot understand why this president remains confident in a secretary who has put so many American lives into the crosshairs of the cartels. Then there's the toll on law enforcement across this country. No professional group has been hit harder by Mayorkas' border crisis than federal, state, and local law enforcement. Consider that Border Patrol suicides have reached a record high. Suicide is a complex and heavy topic, one that I take very seriously as a veteran who has been working hard against veteran suicide for decades. This committee will always address it with the utmost respect and never through the lens of politics. But as a former Border Patrol official and spouses have told us, the strain and demands placed on these agents by the ongoing crisis have created an environment in which agents face untold trauma, anxiety, and depression. Those three words, trauma, anxiety, and depression, were words used by the wife of a Border Patrol agent earlier this year when telling us, this committee, what agents experience today at the border. They deserve so much better. CBP officials have also increasingly been forced to conduct rescue operations to save those crossing illegally. This fiscal year alone, CBP has conducted more than 28,000 rescue operations, just to date. That's up from 5,297 in FY19. In FY21, it was only 13,256, and in 22, 22,522. See a trend here? CBP is on track for more rescue operations this fiscal year than FY 2011 to FY 2020 combined. The more people flood across our border, the more Border Patrol agents and Air and Marine officers must put themselves at significant risk to save them, risking trauma and anxiety and depression. And let the record reflect the bravery and selflessness of Texas National Guard Specialist Bishop Evans, who died in April 22 after trying to save two individuals struggling in the Rio Grande River. Evans' valiant action saved their lives, but cost him his own in the process. And it was later determined that the pair were involved in smuggling narcotics into the United States. Let us also not forget Marine Interdiction Agent Michael Masita, who died in the line of duty last November while attempting to intercept a drug smuggling vessel off the coast of Puerto Rico. We do not deserve public servants like Bishop Evans and Agent Masita, and they should both be alive today. And of course, let's talk about the crimes committed by illegal aliens in this country. The sanctuary cities that have welcomed vast numbers of illegal aliens into their communities have seen a crime spike like none other. In Chicago, one recent headline read, "No rule of law," I quote, "no rule of law. City council members decry criminal activity outside migrant shelters," end quote. From New York comes another disturbing headline, quote, "2 men beaten by a group of disorderly migrants outside New York City shelter. One victim pushed through a glass window," end quote. One illegal alien from Venezuela has been arrested 6 times for 14 crimes within just 2 months of arriving to the Big Apple. In May, a 15-year-old girl in Alabama raped in a restaurant bathroom by an illegal alien released into this country in November of 21 after giving Border Patrol agents a fake name. That same month, another illegal alien sexually assaulted a young woman at the point of a machete in Prince George's County, Maryland, not more than an hour up the road from here. Last year, 21-year-old Kayla Hamilton of Maryland was raped and murdered by an illegal alien who was also a member of MS-13. And just a couple of weeks ago, an illegal alien released into the country in 22 after crossing the southwest border killed an 11-year-old boy in Ohio. A family in my own state who lost their own son to an illegal alien's reckless driving has been working tirelessly ever since to shine a light on the crimes committed by those unlawfully present in this country. I specifically want to thank Wendy Corcoran and her family for their efforts to honor their son, Pierce, whose life was taken by an illegal alien. We need more patriots like Wendy, who will do the work many local officials often can't or won't. These crimes are real. The tragedy and the trauma caused by these illegal aliens will last lifetimes. During our last hearing, some of our colleagues across the aisle said they were embarrassed that we were holding more hearings about the impact of this crisis on the American people. They claimed such oversight was a waste of time. I and the majority of the American people strongly disagree. In fact, numerous Democrats, state and local leaders have had enough. New York City Mayor Eric Adams, and I quote, "We are facing an unprecedented state of emergency. We are past our breaking point. New Yorkers' compassion may be limitless, but our resources are not." Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey, quote, "There now exists in the Commonwealth a state of emergency due to rapid and unabating increases in the number of families with children and pregnant women, many of them new arriving migrants and refugees living with the state but without the means to secure safe shelters in our communities." Chicago Alderman Raymond Lopez, "We know the buses keep coming in every day, and we know that we have 1,000 people in police stations right now with no clear plan for what to do and no way of paying for whatever's coming down the pipe," end quote. Hearing the stories of Americans victimized by Mayorkas' open border is not a waste of time. Their lives are worth whatever energy we can exert to inform the American people of the travesty of this secretary's failures to follow the laws passed by this Congress and uphold his oath to protect the American people. I hope we inform the president and perhaps he fires Mayorkas or replaces him with someone who at least cares enough to understand the cartel strategy. Secretary Mayorkas actually admitted here he didn't know or recall. Holding him accountable for causing this humanitarian disaster is not a waste of time. Today, everyone on this committee has a choice: continue to ignore the horrific consequences of the border crisis or address the human tragedies caused by our wide open border that impact everyone in our districts. This shouldn't be a partisan issue. We must deal with the human costs of this terrible crisis, and we must do so now. I now recognize the ranking member, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, for his opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to everyone present. Mr. Chairman, if the title is any indication of this hearing, the Republican majority is unfortunately engaging in partisan politics, again, with today's hearing. It didn't have to be this way. Throughout this committee's history, we've tried to work in a bipartisan manner to help combat human trafficking and ensure the Department of Homeland Security protects children and other vulnerable populations. Last Congress, when I served as chairman, the committee worked to enact the ranking member John Katko's Countering Human Trafficking Act, which made DHS's Center for Countering Human Trafficking permanent. The act also increased coordination between DHS's components and the Blue Campaign, a national public awareness effort designed to educate law enforcement and the public on recognizing the signs of human trafficking. I was proud to work with Ranking Member Katko on the bill and pleased that every subcommittee chair and ranking member joined us as original co-sponsors. Committee Democrats and Republicans also worked together last Congress to pass Representative Don Payne Jr.'s legislation, the Homeland Security for Children's Act. His legislation required DHS to include feedback from organizations that represent the needs of children in the department's strategies, policies, and plans. I was pleased that President Biden signed into law that bill last year. These are just a couple of recent examples of the Committee on Homeland Security's long record of bipartisan cooperation on issues like these. Unfortunately, the current Republican majority appears to be turning its back on bipartisan cooperation again. Republicans are trying to advance their illegitimate impeachment agenda, even as the Biden administration and Secretary Mayorkas work to implement orderly and humane border policies. Given the hearing's title, it's apparently lost on Republicans that it was actually the Trump administration's border policies that imposed devastating human costs, particularly on families and children. Under the Trump's administration unconscionable family separation policy, for example, over 5,500 children were taken from their parents at the border. These children suffered irreparable harm. Some have been reunited with their parents. This family was separated for years before being reunited by a Biden administration task force. Tragically, though, hundreds of separated children continue to pay the price for this Trump policy. They remain separated from their parents despite ongoing reunification efforts still today. Not only did the Trump administration take children from their parents, it expelled unaccompanied children from other countries and forced people seeking refuge under our asylum laws to languish in dangerous conditions in Mexico, where many were victimized by cartels, smugglers, and criminals. Talk about the human cost of border policy. These were very real human costs borne mostly by children, families, and the most vulnerable. And how do Republicans respond when the Biden administration tries to right the wrongs of the past administration? To protect kids or put policies in place to offer lawful pathways for families fleeing violence and persecution at home? Well, let's take a look at the committee Republicans' social media for an indication. Just recently, we see them mocking the Biden's administration for hiring someone to work at DHS who actually has experience protecting the rights of children. Republicans also included in their border bill provisions to eliminate protections for children in DHS custody under the Trafficking Victims Protection Act and the Flores Agreement. Unbelievable. We must never, ever return to the failed border and immigration policies of the last administration. As Americans, we're better than that, or at least we should be. While we won't agree on everything, there are places we can and should work together. Democrats want an orderly, humane border. We just want to do it in a way that upholds our values as Americans. We want to stop human trafficking, combat smugglers, and help those suffering from the scourge of opioid addiction. If Republican leadership would stop letting the most extreme MAGA wing of its party call the shots, maybe we could work toward getting that together. For the sake of our committee, this country, and American people, I hope so. Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. I am pleased to have a distinguished panel of witnesses before us today. I ask that our witnesses please rise and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give before the Committee on Homeland Security of the United States House of Representatives will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and please be seated. I would now like to formally introduce our witnesses. Mr. Ballard, Mr. Tim Ballard. Mr. Ballard spent over a decade working as a special agent for the Department of Homeland Security, where he was assigned to the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force as an undercover operative, helping dismantle child trafficking rings in the United States and multiple foreign countries. In 2013, Tim and his team of special operatives left their careers and founded Operation Underground Railroad, the premier private organization in the world to take on child trafficking cartels, resulting in the rescue and rehabilitation of over 7,000 children and women. Their early efforts are seen, of course, in the movie Sound of Freedom. Tim is now senior advisor to the Spear Fund, a totally new approach that invites all anti-trafficking organizations and concerned people of the world to come together in unity to end human trafficking once and for all. Thank you, sir, for being here. Ms. Myra Cantu. Ms. Cantu is the wife of a Border Patrol agent who has served his country for more than 15 years. They've spent around 10 years stationed in the Del Rio sector and are now in the Rio Grande Valley sector in Texas with their 3 beautiful children. She is active in her community and deeply involved with the Border Patrol spouses in supporting the efforts of our brave agents. Again, thank you for being here. Ms. Sandy Snodgrass. Ms. Snodgrass is a clinical psychologist who has been living in Alaska for over 50 years. Ms. Snodgrass has one child, Robert Bruce Snodgrass. Bruce was tragically poisoned by fentanyl and taken from us in Anchorage on October 26, 2021. After receiving the toxicology report confirming the poisoning, Ms. Snodgrass left her practice and began her advocacy work full-time. She has become a leading expert and advocate on behalf of victims, working with stakeholders in Alaska and around the country to stem the scourge of fentanyl that is wreaking havoc in the United States. Thank you for being here. Mr. Lee Gellert, did I pronounce that correctly, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, good. Is an attorney at the ACLU's national office in New York. He is widely recognized as one of the country's leading public interest lawyers and has argued dozens of important civil rights cases during his career, including in the U.S. Supreme Court and many federal courts of appeal throughout the country. He has also testified as a legal expert before both houses of Congress. In addition to his work at the ACLU, he is an adjunct professor at Columbia Law School. Thank you, sir, for being here. I thank all the witnesses, and I now recognize Mr. Ballard for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement.
Chairman Green, Ranking Member Thompson, and members of the Homeland Security Committee, it's an honor to testify here today. I'd like to begin by showing you a powerful clip from the popular film, Sound of Freedom.
Oh yeah, that's a old picture. You know how kids are these days, they just grow up so fast.
That's him.
No, I'm his uncle. Get off, put your hands on the wheel. No, I'm his uncle, you just ask him. Just ask him, I'm his uncle.
Hold on.
This scene depicts a moment from my real life I'll never forget. I was working for the Department of Homeland Security out of Calexico, California, and I can tell you firsthand that the only reason we were able to save this precious little boy was due to the fact that they had to take him across the border at a port of entry checkpoint because the border walls compelled them to do so. The horrors a child faces as a victim of human trafficking demand that we take action. A child can be sold up to 20 times a day, 6 days a week, for 10 years or even longer, depending when the abuse began. Just in 2022 alone, immigration authorities encountered more than 152,000 unaccompanied minors at or near the U.S.-Mexico border, representing an all-time high. I believe every member of this committee and people everywhere can agree that human trafficking is a plague and an evil that must be eradicated. Evidence of this can be seen in the response to the movie Sound of Freedom, based on my life story, which has been a surprise box office success and is sparking a national conversation on child sex slavery and trafficking, the fastest growing criminal enterprise on the planet. The conclusions I offer in this testimony are based on my professional experience as an anti-trafficking operator. After starting my professional career with the CIA, I transferred to the Department of Homeland Security. At DHS, I spent 12 years as a special agent and undercover operator for Homeland Security investigations. After leaving the federal government, I have continued the fight against human trafficking, first as the founder and CEO of the organization Operation Underground Railroad, and now as a senior advisor to the Spear Fund, which is an organization that funds and collaborates with experts, organizations, and concerned citizens around the globe to fight and end human trafficking. Traffickers use our southern border to bring slaves into our country for the sex industry because the United States is one of the highest consumers in child sex abuse material in the world. Our federal agents who work at the southern border are women and men of the highest integrity and dedication. Yet despite the hard work and success of agents on the ground, one thing has become vividly clear. Poor U.S. border security and broken U.S. policy are feeding the growth of human trafficking in the United States. One way this is seen is the absence of physical barriers on our border. I have personally seen how ports of entry were responsible for helping rescue a child, catch a sexual predator, and start a chain of events that rescued multiple children from his abuse. On the other hand, I've spoken with survivors who were trafficked by cartels, taking advantage of the miles of unprotected U.S. border. In one case in particular, a young woman was brought across the border at an area where no barriers or protections existed. Once in the U.S., she was sold and raped for money up to 30 to 40 times a day for 5 years before eventually escaping herself. She shared with me the tragic conclusion that had her captors been forced to attempt a crossing into our country at the port of entry, just like the little boy you saw in the film, that she would have had a better chance of being rescued. But the success we've seen in interdicting human trafficking at points of entry means nothing if our immigration policies allow traffickers to flaunt legal loopholes. Recently, members of Congress sounded the alarm on information that the government has lost track of 85,000 minors that crossed the border unaccompanied. And the New York Times reported that the Department of Health and Human Services has lost contact with thousands of children who were released to sponsors that are now, and these children are now feared of being risk for exploitation. Just in May alone, U.S. Customs and Border Protection encountered an average of 435 unaccompanied minors per day. These children are prime targets for traffickers for sex or labor. Tragically, as a result of this administration's current policies, DHS and HHS have unwittingly become a child trafficking delivery service. This must stop. We must begin with finding the 85,000 missing unaccompanied children, which this administration claims is not their problem anymore. Congressman Smith's Secure Act will help find them by holding HHS, DHS, and the FBI responsible for reporting on the status of the unaccounted for children. The Secure Act will require these agencies to work together to locate them, assess their exposure to being trafficked, exploited, or abused, and to vet adults in their new homes for criminal activity. We pray all these kids will be found safe, but in my expert judgment, a significant number of them do not need to be merely found, but rescued from actual and active sexual abuse. Once we find these children and rescue those in need, we will be in a better position to reform the failed policies and processes that put them in the hands of abusers to begin with. Real freedom is not a phone number in the pocket of a child for an unknown sponsor or a dangerous trek across South and Central America. Real freedom is safety and protection from abuse and abusers for our most vulnerable population, our children, our future. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cantu, you're recognized.
Good morning, Chairman Green and distinguished members of the committee. I am honored to be here, and I thank you for inviting me. I am Mayra Cantun, a Border Patrol wife for over 15 years. My husband and I have been married for over 21 years, and we have 3 amazing kids, Dylan, Lex, and Devin. My husband was first stationed in Eagle Pass, Texas for 10 years. He is currently stationed in the Rio Grande Valley. Today I speak with the experience and knowledge of a Border Patrol wife. Given this opportunity, I'd like to speak on a topic that is rarely asked about. Rarely does the current administration ask about the 19,000 American souls and their families whom have also been affected by the shift in policies and procedures that have drastically and tragically changed our country. These American serving patriots I speak of is our very own United States Border Patrol agents. This includes the spouses and children of these agents, all whom are voting Americans from both sides of the aisle. We are your constituents. Please take this moment to understand that what we are facing every day with this huge influx of illegal immigration. Day one of this administration, our agents went to work knowing they were outnumbered. Huge caravans of illegal immigrants were aggressively pushing their way into our agents' paths. Our agents knew our stations would hit max capacity instantly. Knowing they didn't have enough vehicles or facilities to stop these caravans, our agents, including my husband, felt defeated. As the days went by, with these extreme changes, I noticed my husband's mood began to change. He became more distant, kept to himself, and would spend his days sleeping. As things got worse on the border, so did my husband. My husband began to talk about work in his sleep, but the sounds he would make hardly sounded like words. They were screams of terror. One night, as he tossed and began to mumble some words, he all of a sudden screamed out, "La niña, la niña," screaming as if this little girl's life was in danger. I was so terrified at the volume and tone, I froze. I then realized my husband was reliving the trauma of work in his sleep. I know the job is stressful, but I had no idea how bad things would get. Imagine this. A child who has just been through a horrible, traumatizing journey, may have possibly been raped or tortured by bad people, has now gained the trust of a Border Patrol agent. The child decides to vent to this agent and pours out every emotion he or she has been holding back. Now this child looks up at this agent for comfort, for answers. What could this agent possibly tell this child? Our agents are fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters. They are real humans with human emotions, emotions like anger, frustration, sadness, sympathy, and every emotion you or I would feel if we heard those stories. To that I asked Mr. Mayorkas, what has been done to assist our agents to handle these situations? What is the protocol? This Border Patrol wife is asking, what was the plan for our agents who would be hearing these stories from the millions of illegal immigrants you and you were crossing? We all knew for months in advance that the caravans of family units were coming. We all knew that the journey was going to be like for those women and children. You knew our agents were going to be the first in line to handle these traumatized individuals. What was the plan for them? Did you consider the long-term effects of an agent's mental and spiritual health from listening to the horrific tragedies from the millions of illegal immigrants that would be crossing? What are you doing now, 2.5 years later? As a wife, allow me to describe what happens. Our agents with boots on the ground carry those stories with them. They carry the names and faces of those children, women, and even those good men that may have had a family member get swept into the river. These stories come up throughout their day as they themselves try to live their normal life. It fills their thoughts daily to the point where normal life situations are no longer as relevant as those tragic stories. This creates a challenge for a family as a whole. Us wives end up having to take over every situation at home. Distance grows between a husband and a wife. This creates many more arguments, frustrations, resentments. Our children, unfortunately, get sidelined. How could a failing grade ever come close to what our agents go through at work? This creates distance between our agents and our children. The burden of not being able to help or fix the problems at work becomes so overwhelming it consumes an agent's mind to the point where he lashes out in anger. This creates even more problems in a happy home. Without an agent even realizing it, problems at home end up being greater than he or she imagined. In many cases, an agent turns to alcohol, solitude, and all of a sudden, we end up with a potential divorce, topped with depression. And just like that, our Border Patrol agents end up with the high suicide rate. Let's not forget to mention the stress of forced vaccinations by this administration. Vax or get fired. This man-made perfect storm is what our agency, with higher numbers in substance abuse, divorce rate, and suicide rate. Us Border Patrol wives don't need to look up statistics to check the news to know. We know because we live the Border Patrol life. My greatest fear is allowing government to disregard our Border Patrol agents as they once disregarded our military. Let's not repeat history. God bless all of you, our country, and may God bless our Border Patrol.
Thank you. Ms. Snodgrass, you're recognized.
Good morning. I'd like to thank Chairman Green and Ranking Member Thompson for the opportunity to address this committee today. I'd like to begin my testimony with a moment of silence to honor the memory of American citizens who have lost their lives to illicit drug poisonings, particularly recognizing citizens that will die today during the course of this hearing. My only child, Robert Bruce Snodgrass, became forever 22 on October 26, 2021 in Anchorage, Alaska. He was poisoned by fentanyl on that cold October day in a wooded area within shouting distance of a McDonald's drive-thru. The fentanyl that he got that day prevented him from being able to call out for help. He dropped and died where he stood. Bruce loved Alaska. He was an outdoorsman. He was a free solo climber. He was a wilderness survival expert. He was safe in the backcountry of Alaska. He was not safe in his own hometown. The year that Bruce died, Alaska was #1 in the nation for increased illicit drug deaths. The 73% increase was fueled by fentanyl. In the first 6 months of 2023, enough fentanyl was seized in Alaska to kill every Alaskan 3 times. Alaska is being targeted by drug cartels due to the money that they can make in my state, particularly in rural, predominantly Alaska Native communities. 1 pill in an Alaskan village can cost $80. That same pill sold in a large American city costs $10. So, what to do? I'm hopeful that this committee will focus on solutions today. I'll offer 5 solutions to consider today and moving forward. First, designate Mexican drug cartels and their transnational criminal partners as terrorist organizations. This will bring the full weight of the United States government to bear down on the perpetrators that have killed and continue to kill Americans on our sovereign soil. Immediately, as members of the United States House of Representatives, you can co-sponsor and support the passage of House Bill H.R. 1564. Second, this committee can fully support the Department of Homeland Security's non-invasive technology to significantly increase the number of passenger and commercial vehicles scanned at the southern border. Third, the Postal Inspection Service has created a standardized nationwide Task Force Officer, TFO, program. TFOs are armed with non-invasive scanners and are embedded with postal inspectors, often as part of the high-intensity drug trafficking area HIDTA initiatives and task forces. They act as critical force multipliers, and this committee can update the funding sources and advance the investigations and interdictions of the TFO programs around the country. Fourth, HIDTA programs in all 50 states are a model of how to dramatically impact the contaminated drug supply in this country. HIDTA initiatives create task forces, including tribal, local, state, and federal law enforcement, including Homeland Security forces, to very effectively investigate, interdict, and prosecute drug trafficking organizations, DTOs, in all 50 states. I've witnessed HIDA's effectiveness in Alaska, and I'm asking this committee to support HIDA. Fifth, Congressman Trone has introduced a bipartisan House Bill 2867, known as Bruce's Law, named for my son. Bruce's Law will establish an awareness campaign related to the lethality of fentanyl and fentanyl-contaminated drugs. It will provide community-based enhancement grants to mitigate the effects of drug use, particularly focused on school-age children. I cannot urge committee members strongly enough to co-sponsor Bruce's Law and support its rapid passage. Time is not on our side. Finally, I'd like to again thank Chairman Green and Ranking Member Thompson for the opportunity to address this committee. Chairman, I wish you Godspeed in your work here today and the days moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Snodgrass. I now recognize Mr. Gallant for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Thompson, and the members of the full committee. Our written submission discusses recent immigration policies that have caused incredible harm to migrants, including the Trump administration's family separation policy and asylum bans enacted by both the Trump administration and the Biden administration. This morning, I want to focus in particular on the family separation policy that ripped apart asylum-seeking parents and children and only ended because of the ACLU's Miss L lawsuit. The family separation policy is the worst thing I have seen in my more than 30 years at the ACLU, and unfortunately, the harm from this policy remains ongoing 5 years later. Yet there are still some who believe the policy should be reenacted. The ACLU is committed to ensuring that the full extent of this ongoing harm is understood and not forgotten so that such an abhorrent policy is never again adopted. As we came to learn, the goal of the family separation policy was to subject families to such cruelty that they would give up their asylum claims and to deter other asylum-seeking families from seeking refuge here. It stands out today as one of the worst episodes in our nation's recent history. We now know that there were at least 5,500 children who were separated from their parents, and there are likely more cases that we still don't know about. Of those 5,500 children, more than 500 were under the age of 5 when taken from their families. Some were just babies, still breastfeeding. One was only 6 months old. 5 years later, there remain hundreds of children who still have not been reunited with their parents because of the failure to document and keep track of the parents and children. Many of these still separated children have now spent nearly their entire life without their parents. Physicians for Human Rights has stated that the forcible separation of families constituted torture. The president of the Academy of Pediatrics referred to the family separation policy as, quote unquote, government-sanctioned child abuse. But it is ultimately the individual stories that most starkly reveal the cruelty. One mother we represented was forced to strap her 18-month-old son into the back seat of a Border Patrol vehicle and not allowed to comfort the hysterical child before federal officers took her child away. The mother recounted that as the car drove away with her baby, she could see him craning his neck to get one last look at her out the window. Another separated child was a 4-year-old little boy who wore glasses. When agents came to take him away, he fortunately had his glasses with him, but was not able to retrieve the case for his glasses. His mother worried constantly every day whether the government would show him where he could keep his glasses safe at night, or whether they would get him a new pair if they broke. Another father reported that he was denied even a few minutes to brace his son for what was about to happen. Instead, his child was pulled away while holding his father's leg and begging to know what was happening and where he was being taken. Mothers and fathers were often not even told where their children had been taken or given the chance to say goodbye, left only to wave to them through a glass window as they were led away. Miss L., the lead plaintiff in the ACLU's lawsuit, only learned that her 6-year-old daughter was being taken away because she heard her scream from the next room, "Mommy, don't let them take me." And the trauma hasn't ended even for those families who have been reunited. One mother told us that her 4-year-old son continued to ask if he would be taken away again in the middle of the night when he went to sleep. Another 3-year-old boy we represented would stand by the window after he was reunited, looking to see if people were coming to take him away again. And it is not just the children who suffered. The parents have also understandably been traumatized as it destroyed their relationship with their children. Many children were too young to understand that their parents could not stop what was happening. They would stare into their parents' eyes as they were screaming not to be taken away, watching as their parents just stared back helplessly. When the children were finally reunited, they would ask their parents why they didn't fight for them or why they didn't love them enough to keep them. When I was in El Salvador to meet with our clients, I met a father who broke down crying when he recounted that the very first thing his 8-year-old child said to him when he was finally returned was, "Pappy, why did you let them take me?" We all have an obligation to make sure that this shameful chapter in our history is never repeated. Thank you for allowing the ACLU to testify today.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Members will be recognized by order of seniority for their 5 minutes of questioning. An additional round of questioning may be called after the members have been recognized. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. Mr. Ballard, you are a former HSI investigator who has investigated human trafficking, correct?
Yes.
Are the catch and release policies of Secretary Mayorkas facilitating the trafficking of people and children?
Absolutely. What's happening is these children are being brought in.
Let me, if I could.
Sure.
So the answer to that question is yes.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. So worded another way, there are cases of human trafficking and sex trafficking of minors that are occurring that would not be occurring if these policies were not in place?
That's correct.
We've made it clear, in fact, the Attorney General Garland, appointed by President Biden, admitted in the U.S. Senate that the cartels are using the catch and release policy strategically to overwhelm the Border Patrol agents and bypass them with drugs and trafficked humans. Do you believe Secretary Mayorkas knows there are human trafficking cases happening because of his policies?
I do believe he knows that.
So you believe he knows that what Attorney General Garland admitted to the Senate, he knows that's happening?
I don't know how he couldn't know.
So is it fair to say that the policies of the United States government, and I'm reiterating here, the policies of President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas' leadership encourage, facilitate mass human and child trafficking?
I would say yes.
Mr. Gallant, again, I have a question for you, sir. You mentioned earlier in your testimony that it was both Trump and Biden policies.
Yes,
right? I think I heard you say that. Is the ACLU and the policies I'm thinking of are they removed the background checks on the people who would be the sponsors, and this is how we're getting 100 people, 100 kids in one home and all this because nobody's doing any vetting on this. Is the ACLU suing the Biden administration like it sued the Trump administration?
we are suing the Biden administration over various policies. We are not suing over that. We obviously are concerned if steps were not taken to vet, but I think,
Do you think you might sue the Biden administration? I mean, it's 85,000 kids, and you sued over 5,500 under the Trump administration, and we're brought here to talk about policies that are going on right now, but you're talking about policies that happened long ago or in the previous administration. We're here investigating what's going on right now, and you were brought here as the other side's witness, right? So, and you talked about that, but are y'all going to sue the Biden administration over the 85,000 missing children because of these policies?
Well, sir, I think we always will sue whichever administration is in place, but I think on those children, we don't know that they were missing. I suspect that their sponsors often don't answer calls from the government, and I think the way to deal with it is...
Let me ask it this way then.
Yeah,
if
so I don't
could.
know that they're missing.
I appreciate that. So we find that 100 went to one home. 100. Do you think that's reasonable?
Well, we certainly don't want to see child exploitation. I don't know enough about the specific facts, but
That's
to
fair.
the extent that steps can be taken to stop child exploitation, we certainly want those steps to be taken.
No, that's fair. Well, we'll be watching to see, because I think if you really do take on both parties' administrations, this one would be a good one for you guys to look into, because they removed the background checks from the sponsors of these children, and we find in Austin, Texas, where 20 and 30, and the New York Times found where kids were being forced labor in our country. Mr. Ballard, I interrupted you earlier. I think you were going to talk a little bit about how the policies are facilitating human trafficking, and I'd like to give you the rest of my time to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's very disturbing to me because I know how the United States does deal with children. For example, how they should and how they have. I adopted 2 children from Haiti that we had rescued in an operation in February of 2014, and I went through a major vetting process. I rescued the kids, and I had to be vetted, and I was happy to be vetted. Home studies, background checks, fingerprints, over and over and over again. And I was grateful that the United States government did this. The same would happen to a missing child, or an unaccompanied child that showed up by himself or herself in New York City or Washington, D.C. They would be treated like the precious children of God that they are. My question for the administration would be, why don't you treat these foreign children the same way? Why would you let them come in with no vetting, very little to no vetting? And it's not that the number.
To be clear, we're talking about the vetting of the sponsor who takes those children, right?
Correct. It's more difficult to adopt a cat from a shelter in the United States than it is to go down and take one of these children out of the custody of HHS and claim that I'm the sponsor. There's no background checks. There's no fingerprinting. Why would you afford a foreign child much less protection than you would an American child? Yeah, I think it's despicable, frankly.
Thank you, and my time has expired. I now recognize the ranking member for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me thank the witnesses for their testimony. Ms. Cantu, I'd like to acknowledge that I share your concern about the mental health challenges of officers and agents on the front lines at DHS. In fact, I introduced H.R. 2577 with Mr. Garbarino to enhance the wellness for this critical segment of the DHS workforce. It passed out of this committee on a bipartisan basis in July. I look forward to the full House's consideration in it in the coming days, and I would look forward to the chairman giving me some help on the Republican side so that the issue you outlined before our committee, that we can add to the challenges that our employees face and their families from a health and wellness standpoint. So that was just, I heard you, and one of the reasons Mr. Garbarino and I did the bill together, it made sense, and has nothing to do with party. It's about our brave men and women who serve this country, and that's why we did it. Apart from that, Mr. Gunroot, family separation is bad, and I think it talks about our values as American citizens. Can you give me some of the examples that you came across in challenging this policy?
Yes, I think in addition to some of the examples I gave this morning, what we came across are just children who were so young and so traumatized and had no idea what was happening to them. They would literally be pulled away from their parents, begging and screaming not to be taken. And the parents were helpless, standing there watching. And what the physicians told us was that the only reason a 3, 4, or 5-year-old child is not scared of the world as a general matter is because they think their parents can protect them from everything. But what happened to these children is they would be staring in their parents' eyes as they were taken away, and at that moment, they would realize their parents actually can't protect them from the world, and it's forever changed their lives in many, many cases, where the children now have a deep-seated trauma and feeling of vulnerability, like the children I mentioned that are worried about being taken away again in the middle of the night. And many of the parents were too scared even to ask where their child was being taken. Parents told me, well, if I ask where my child's gonna be taken, maybe they're gonna treat my child even worse. Sometimes the parent wouldn't be told for months where their child was. Sometimes they wouldn't be able to talk to the child for months. If the child was pre-verbal, they would just be staring into a camera, not knowing and seeing their child crying. I think what many physicians have said now is that we may never undo the trauma we caused these children.
Well, I might can get back to you. Ms. Snodgrass, obviously, I'm a father, a grandfather, and I just can't imagine losing either one of my children or grandchildren. So I know I speak for the rest of the committee in the loss of your son. It's absolutely traumatic. But I can tell you that a lot of us have supported the non-intrusive technology. Every time it's come up, we've passed legislation to do it, and I promise you that if it comes again, and it will in this session, and I want some of my other colleagues to support it too. It passed, but it was not on a bipartisan basis. I want us to do what's right for the country, for our men and women on the Border Patrol. We need to enhance the numbers. We're trying to get more people, and we're doing that. But it needs to be a bipartisan effort. So I look forward to working with my colleagues on the Republican side to provide the help necessary to address many of the problems that we've outlined here today. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Higgins for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like unanimous consent to offer into the record a report produced on September the 6th of this year by DHS Inspector General Joseph Kafari.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be citing from that report during my questioning. Mr. Ballard, do you know Inspector General Kafari?
I do not.
You'll have the honor of meeting him soon if I can arrange that. He's a wonderful man. He's dedicated to his job. And his job as the Inspector General of DHS is to investigate potential criminal behaviors and unconstitutional behaviors from within DHS. And our southern border, 1,954 miles of our southern border, I've walked every foot of it, is 100% controlled by cartels on the Mexican side of that border. You know, to this administration, you all can believe whatever numbers you want. The number I'm about to tell you is real. We've had 9 million illegal crossings, 6 million undocumented, 1.5 million known gotaways, 1.5 million unknown gotaways. It's 9 million. When I went to grade school, that's what it adds up to. So the DHS that's executing the policies of this Biden administration is directly responsible for this rodeo we see at our southern border. From sea to shining sea, our southern borders, what we used to call a large gathering of unidentified subjects in various stages of disagreement and argument and fight. When I was a cop for a long time, when we'd roll up on a situation that looked like that, we'd just tell dispatcher, I got a rodeo over here. All the other cops on the radio would know what we were talking about. We have a rodeo from the Pacific to the Gulf in our southern border. And DHS, under Secretary Mayorkas, is responsible for that. And the human misery and suffering and death and 85,000 lost children in our own southern border, now rated as the most dangerous land crossing border in the world by a highly recognized immigrant international organization. It's insane. So the guy that's responsible for investigating that is Joseph Kafari. He's produced this report a few days ago, and it's quite condemning of the Biden administration. So what you think the Biden administration would do with an IG like that, Mr. Ballard, in your experience?
What do I think they'll do with his report?
No, what do you think they'd do with the man that produced this report?
Well, I hope they would treat him fairly and listen to his findings, because I haven't read the report, but I can imagine.
Hope springs eternal, does it not? This the Biden administration we're dealing with. They're going after that man in his whole office. So I'm telling the executive right now, you watching this, we're not going to allow you to crucify the inspector generals that's revealing the horrors of your policy. 85,000 lost children. Mr. Gallant, are you an attorney, sir?
I am.
You know, when I was a cop, we had a common saying, a bit of a chuckle. We'd say that I've known many convicts I can trust in my life and very few attorneys. You're here representing the ACLU, sir. Do you speak on behalf of the ACLU this day?
Yes.
You're here voluntarily?
Yes.
Are you here with counsel or are you by yourself?
I'm by myself.
Congratulations. These 85,000 missing children. What's your opinion about that? How's the ACLU feel about 85,000 missing children?
So
Think their civil rights might be being violated?
our view is that those children are not likely missing, that the sponsors don't simply answer the phone.
Yeah, the sponsors are not real. You know that, right? It's a racket. It's a sponsor racket. That's why they're not answering the phone. That's why you can't find who they are. The vast, large percentage of these sponsors, these kids are getting sucked into sex trafficking primarily, human slavery. The policies of this administration are supporting that. We're partnering with the cartels for human trafficking. By God, I would hope there's many attorneys in my family. I was the one that ended up to be the Army grunt and the street cop. But I would hope that the ACLU would take a serious look at exactly what kind of cases the ACLU is taking up. And I have a couple of questions for you I'm going to submit for the record afterward. But Mr. Ballard, in my remaining few seconds, can you assess from your perspective exactly what Congress should do to help our agents at the southern border?
First, we need to go find those 85,000 children, and we need to start enforcing the laws that Congress put upon the executive branch, which is to enforce the border. That's the most compassionate, and it's the only compassionate policy for children, is to suck the wind out of the sails of the criminal networks making $14 million a day trafficking women and children into our country. You end it by enforcing the border policies.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, my time has expired. I appreciate the indulgence. I yield.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Carrera for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the committee for holding this most important hearing today. Very important. Mr. Ballard, Ms. Cantu, Ms. Snodgrass, Mr. Jeanette, thank you for your testimony. Mr. Ballard, I've had the opportunity to visit a safe house in Tijuana, Mexico, where minors were rescued from sex slavery south of the border. Met an 18-year-old baby girl rescued from a prostitution house just south of the border. Horrific stuff. Recently, I visited the Orange County Juvenile Hall. The number one reason young ladies were in jail, child prostitution. And so your testimony regarding our nation's appetite for child sex is disgusting. True, but disgusting. Thank you for your testimony, sir. And Ms. Cantu, does your husband wear a blue or a green uniform?
Thank you for that question. I hear often the colors get confused. Our Border Patrol agents wear green. We wave our green line flags.
So he wears a green uniform.
Correct. Customs is blue.
Thank you for
We're green.
service. I've been out there spending time with folks in green and blue to better understand their challenges. So thank him on my behalf for his work. And Ms. Snodgrass, I'm also a father. I pray every day that my children stay away from this poison because it is ravaging the streets back home as well. Mr. Gennert, did I
That's
say
fine.
that?
Gallant, yes, that's fine.
alert? Refugees, we talk about south of the border, but I think this is a worldwide issue today. I mean, I turn on the TV, I see boats flipping over in the Mediterranean, refugees trying to move from subcontinent to the European area. I think this is a worldwide challenge. Here in the Americas, I know Colombia is housing now, it's up to 3 million Venezuelan refugees. And I just returned from Guatemala, where that Guatemalan president had a few words for us saying, we need help addressing the refugee crisis. This is a worldwide phenomena that was made even worse by COVID-19 that has devastated the economies around the world. And I hope all of us as Americans can begin to address that issue because nobody, especially the refugees, are not doing well from this challenge. Recently, one of my trips to the Texas border, I ran across two little girls from Ecuador, Yareli and Yasmina, ages 3 and 5. And here, as you can see, is where they were rescued. This is the two girls that were thrown over the border wall, 14-foot wall. They were launched over by the smugglers. And the only reason they're still alive, Ms. Cantu, is because green uniformed border officers were able to spot them in the middle of nowhere and bring them to safety in the middle of the night. So thank your husband again for the good work they're doing. People forget about their humanitarian heart, about the good work they're doing. But this is a border wall that they were able to essentially be thrown over. And I guess, Mr. Gellner, what is driving these folks north? What would make you essentially turn over your most precious things you have in your life, which is your children, to unknown smugglers to smuggle them into the United States?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think what's driving them is not U.S. policy, but the real danger and horrendous conditions. And
This is a worldwide issue.
Right, and the only way I think, when I was in Guatemala, I met a father, and I asked him why he sent his teenage son to the United States. And he said, well, the beginning of the school year, the gang slipped something under his door saying, we know all your children, we know where they go to school, we know the routes they take, and if they don't join the gang, they're gonna be killed. And so he said to me it was the hardest decision he had ever had to make, but there's just too much danger, and I think that's what's pushing people. Nobody really wants to make the trek to the United States if they don't have to, thousands of miles with a little child. And so that's what's pushing them to come here. And I hope that we can continue to have a humane, appropriate, lawful asylum system.
And if
for
I
those who
can,
are
I'm going to
fleeing
interrupt you
danger.
because I'm running out of time before the chairman cuts me off. I want to say, I don't want to minimize the fact that we have a challenge, an immigration, a refugee challenge in our southern border in this country, and we need to focus on that. But I think we also have to understand the context, which is a worldwide phenomenon. And look forward to working with the folks across the aisle to figure this one out. Real lives are at stake here, and so is our nation. Thank you very much, and I yield, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Guest for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ballard, my wife and I several weeks ago had the opportunity to see the movie based upon your life, your experience, The Sound of Freedom. I want you to know it was a powerful movie, a movie that left us with a powerful line, a rallying cry, if you will, that God's children are not for sale. But we know as we say those words, we know that human trafficking is real. Your movie, the movie about your life, depicted the realness of that. We know that there are statistics that show us that the average age of exploitation is 12 to 15 years of age. That each year the number of cases in the United States involving sex trafficking increases. We know that sex trafficking is the second largest criminal enterprise in the entire world. And we know that every 30 seconds a child is sold into slavery. Those are staggering statistics concerning the problem that we are trying to deal with. I want to talk a little bit about some of the things that you have in your report briefly. You talk about the fact that a child can be sold up to 20 times per day, 6 days a week for a decade or longer, depending upon the age of the child. We know that individuals who are selling narcotics, that those narcotics can be sold a single time, but a child can be sold time and time and time again. You also talk about in your report polling, which I think is important to members of Congress, to talk about the opinion of the American public. What does the American public think on a specific issue? And you say that the American public realizes that ending human trafficking is important, that it is an unprecedented human crisis, and that Americans support closing the southern border. You also talk a little bit about the fact that in the United States that we are the highest consumer of sex abuse content in the world, that we are the demand for this growing criminal enterprise. And then you tell a story about a young lady that you were involved with and helped rescue in New York City, that she had been sold and raped 30 to 40 times a day for 5 years, and eventually she escaped from her captors. And you talk about the fact that that when she came into the country, that she came not through a port of entry, but she came through an unsecured part of our southern border. And then you go to make what I think is a conclusion here, that we have poor U.S. border security, that we have a broken U.S. policy, and that we are feeding the growth of human trafficking. And you go on to talk about the absence of a physical border, and that is contributing to this problem. The clip that you showed in your opening statement showed a very powerful part of that movie where you were able to rescue this young child as his captor was bringing him into the United States for the purpose of entering him into the sex trafficking industry. And then you go on and you finally conclude requiring people to enter our border at actual ports of entry is very effective in combating human trafficking. And so briefly, Mr. Ballard, can you talk a little bit about the importance of requiring individuals to enter ports of entry, about the screening that can be done, about the number of cases of human trafficking that could be stopped if we would just physically secure our border and require individuals, all individuals who are entering the country, to come through ports of entry?
Yes, thank you, Congressman. Speaking of the men and women wearing the blue uniforms, that's where they are. They are at those ports of entry. They are experts. They have technology. They know what to look for. If a child has their last hope to be rescued before entering into the belly of what is the highest consuming nation on the planet of child rape videos, their last hope will be to reach out to one of those heroes in a blue uniform. Help me. And they will. I've watched them do it. I've been part of it. And so we need border enforcement because it compels the movement to that final point of possible rescue. Why would we not want that? Why would we not want every child to have the last hope of rescue before entering into the great United States and disappear maybe forever. And so that's why. And what's interesting is it's never been partisan. I was under 2 different administrations, Bush and Obama, and we kept building the wall and building enforcement, and everyone liked it because it saved children. It wasn't partisan. How it became partisan is something that I don't understand. It should never have been. It rescues children, period.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Payne for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gallant, we know there are still families that are separated because of President Trump's zero-tolerance policy. Why has it been so difficult to reunite families after being separated by the Trump administration? Is it in part because of the last administration's failure to keep appropriate records of these children and families that this has been made so difficult? You know, they collected them all up and rounded them all up and put them in the cages and then, you know, why has it been so difficult?
That's exactly right, Congressman. What the federal judge who ruled on the family separation policy and called it brutal and unconstitutional said was that it appears that the federal government kept track of property better than it kept track of children. And so what we learned was that many, many parents, hundreds, more than 1,000, had been deported without their children. And when we said the Trump administration needs to look for these families and reunite them, they refused. And so we, along with partner organizations, said that we will try and find these families. But because there were no records, it has been painstaking, and we are still looking for many families. And it has required phone calls, mailings, posters, but also just actual detective work on the ground by a group called Justice in Motion, as well as other groups. And we are still looking for families. And because the records were not there, it has been just an unbelievable task that we hope that all these families are ultimately reunited. We won't stop till they are. But some of these children were taken away when they were babies or toddlers, and so now they've lived almost their entire lives without their parents.
Right. And, you know, to the gentleman on the other side that spoke just before me, he opined on the 85,000 children that are still missing. Well, I know one of the reasons they're still missing because nobody took the time to make sure they took an accounting of where these children were. So that might be a part of that 85,000 that he's so worried about. The Biden administration has established a task force to reunify children and their parents. What more can be done to help find the still missing families?
I think the task force has done a very good job. I think it got off to a slow start, but now it is working diligently with partners. Ultimately, I'm not sure that there are a lot of specifics. I think we probably are doing everything we can, but these last remaining families could be in hiding, and it's difficult. But I'm happy to work with the committee on additional steps as we discover them.
Thank you. Last week, the Department of Homeland Security published a report describing the efforts the department has undertaken to review the incorporate feedback from organizations representing the needs of children, including children within underserved communities, into the department policy. This report was established as a result of my bill, the Homeland Security for Children Act, which was signed into law last year. The report states separating children from their families to deter other individuals from coming to the United States and asserting an asylum claim is in clear opposition of our nation's values. So I just wanted to put that on the record. And Mr. Gallant, if future administration was to bring back a policy that separated children from their families in some way, what potential impact would there be on these children?
If the policy came back, I think what we would see is exactly what we saw before. Deeply traumatized children, possibly for the rest of their lives, as well as the parents. I mean, I can't imagine what it would be like to have my child taken away, not know where they've been taken, not know whether I'm going to ever get them back. I mean, one of the first children we reunited, the emotion was so raw when they were finally reunited. And one of the reasons I think it was so raw is not just because they had been separated for 5 months, but because I think that they never actually thought they would see each other again. So I think what we're talking about is traumatizing thousands and thousands of more children again, and I hope that we never again in this country engage in that type of policy.
Thank you. And to your point about you could not imagine, I would hope my colleagues in the Congress would have had that same feeling as I did. I could not imagine my children being separated from me. And I hope the former president and my colleagues realize that fact. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Bishop for his 5 minutes of testimony or questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ballard, I also saw the movie Sound of Freedom. And I don't know if others do this. Sometimes when I see a movie based on supposedly real life, I go out and do a little research and see how close to real life it is. And the most significant finding that I had from going to look at that, sir, is you are, from everything I've seen, a genuine and remarkable hero. There's one hero that surpasses you, and that is your wife, sir. How many children do you have, including the 2 Haitian children you just mentioned that you've adopted?
There's 9 in total.
And when you did some fairly extraordinary things, as that movie depicts, and Jim Caviezel, I think, acts it marvelously, they could have put you in it because, they usually get the leading man because he's good looking. You're not too shabby yourself. But, and I say it as an old bald guy, what was depicted in that story really happens, and you really did that, and your family, your wife was committed to it to a level that is remarkable. Would you repeat the statistic about what the experience is of a child who's trafficked, how long that can happen, and how many, just real quickly, because I want to use it as the basis to ask a question to Mr. Gallant.
Well, a child, the ones that we have seen, many that we have seen, they're sold over and over again, up 10 times, up to 20 times within a 24-hour period. When they're with a criminal network that's organized that way, and there's plenty of those in the United States.
For how long?
Oh, 10 plus years.
Mr. Gallant, there are all sorts of human miseries in life. You've described, I think, in your lawsuit and the advocacy about it, depicts one that is certainly true, the separation of children from their parents. In most cases, it has turned out to be on a temporary basis, but nonetheless, one that you said is very traumatizing, no doubt. Which is worse, that sort of temporary separation or being exploited in sex trafficking up to 20 times a day for as long as the child, a decade? Which is worse in your view?
Yeah, I mean, Congressman, I am not here remotely to dismiss horror.
Can you just say whether you wouldn't disagree with me that the one Mr. Ballard describes is a much more devastating misery.
A young child sex trafficked is as bad as it can be.
So here's the thing, and I'm sure you would be thinking, because you're very skillful, that as you sit there, that I'm depicting a false choice. That is to say, that the fact that you'd see that experience would not excuse the United States from abusing rights and separating children, and I actually totally agree with you. But you do have to think about the design of your policies, of all of our policies, and what you do, and what results that entails. You've said that the 85,000 children that HHS has lost track of, you don't really think they're missing. And I understand your point there too. They just not soon, in a lot of cases, they'd like not to have official contacts. Let's say 6% of them, though, are in a different circumstance, sir. That would be 5,500 people. 5,500 children who've gone off the grid for some other reason. And I suspect in many of those cases, it's the reason that Mr. Ballard's presence here testifies to. And I think, Mr. Ballard, I'd like to give the last little while. I don't know that anyone in this room could contest or doubt your commitment to children. And yet you don't seem to be allied with Mr. Gallant about which is the biggest problem. Can you speak to that in the last minute and 16 seconds I have available?
Yeah, I find it curious the amount of attention on a policy that I actually agree with the witness. That shouldn't be repeated again. But we have something before us right now. 85,000 children are missing because if you understand the vetting process that goes into, for example, an adoption, or that goes into if you find a missing child in New York City or whatever city, what the vetting process that would go into anyone coming to claim that child. If that kid was released to anyone without that vetting process, you would call that child missing, especially when you called the number and they're not picking it up. Yeah, and we can suspect why they're not picking it up. So I think that we have before us a problem right now. Right now, this should be the focus of the Congress's actions.
Well said. And I'm going to take back my last 20 seconds because I want to make one other point that I think sometimes eludes us. The question is not that inside HHS suddenly bureaucrats have been uncommitted to vetting children's sponsors. The problem is we've gone from about 1,400 children to, I can't do the number, to 83,000 a year that have gone missing. These are people who have been, because the system is overwhelmed with the numbers of unaccompanied children that have been incentivized to come. Whether you believe that it is, honorable and humane or not, whether it is triggered by problems in other parts of the world or not, we have designed policy, others have designed policy for the United States that they believe is best, and so children are being sent here unaccompanied in massive numbers, and you make them massive enough, you cannot build a system sufficient to vet them. That is the end result, Mr. Gallant, of the policy you guys have pursued. I have great respect for the ACLU, actually, and I'd get into that if I weren't out of time. But I suspect that we've got to look at our overall picture and where the results have come. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Thenadar for his 5 minutes questioning.
Thank you, Chairman. And I want to thank all of the witnesses. Your stories touch my heart. Personal losses, heroism, everything that, you talked about. But Mr. Gallant, thank you again for joining us today. I want to applaud your work fighting the previous administration's inhumane policies. The welfare of children has always been a priority for me and for my constituency. Now, welfare does not just mean keeping children safe from harm. It means ensuring that their mental well-being is protected. The separation policy started under the previous administration caused immense damage to the lives of many vulnerable and helpless children. Research has shown that it led to torturous outcomes, and these concerns are just the tip of the iceberg. Regardless of their right to enter the country, the separation caused undue trauma that will linger painfully. This policy was not and is not necessary, nor does it do anything for border control. Yet there are those who still support it. Mr. Gallant, considering this situation and given your know-how, how many policy changes are needed to undo the problems generated by institutions such as the family separation policy?
Well, we hope that no administration ever does it again, but obviously Congress can enact a law to prohibit it, and that would be certainly a worthwhile thing to do so that we didn't have to rely on the federal courts. I hope that the federal courts will never allow such a policy to be enacted, but we stand ready to work with Congress if Congress were to take that up.
Thank you. Now, the hardship of being an immigrant is something that is often forgotten when speaking about border policy. We quickly forget that the pluses and minuses in the data are human beings with feelings, thoughts, fears, and joys. NGOs in partnership with ICE often take care of the human character of migrants. As an immigrant myself, I was lucky enough to be extended a hand by an NGO when I needed it most, fighting homelessness. Therefore, can creating partnership between government organizations and NGOs offer a workable solution to ease the human cost of border control?
I think that the NGOs have an enormous role to play, and a partnership with NGOs is the right way to go, because I think the NGOs are trusted by immigrant communities and can do things that sometimes the government can't do. So we have strongly advocated for partnerships with NGOs.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Lalota for 5 minutes of questioning. Oh, Mr. Jimenez came in on me. My apologies, Mr. Lalota. I recognize Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I just snuck in, sorry. Mr. Ballard, I watched the movie and that portrays part of your life, and it was a very powerful movie. And I'd like to get your opinion. What policies that are in place now are, if they are, helping the cartels, helping the human traffickers to traffic minors and other people in the United States?
Well, we know that what drives criminal networks who are making approximately $14 million a day, what drives them are the very lack of enforcing our policies, the lack of policies, the lack of enforcement of the policies that are in place. Because if you can get a person in and a child in that easily, that's what drives a criminal network. And so we have good laws on the books. We're just not enforcing them. There's another issue that we should be very concerned about. There's something called the Flores settlement, which is well intended. It's a court hearing ruling that compels a child to be released within 72 hours into the United States, even if that child's with their parent. Well, the traffickers are always smarter than we give them credit for, and they've been taking advantage of that. What they do is they'll take these children who are unaccompanied, and they will pair them, and they will instruct them to call this woman and this man, the clients of the smuggler, mom and dad. And Border Patrol was noticing the same kids keep coming through as the kid of the family. And so that's a part of this conversation too, of this family separation. If there are real families being separated, that's devastating, that shouldn't happen. But let's vet it. Again, it's a lack of vetting, it's a lack of investigating. Is that kid really with that parent? Or is that kid being abused? Is that kid being used as a pawn in the game, in the trafficking criminal networks, efforts? So all those things, it has to do with taking children, in my opinion, making them the priority, investigating everything about them and who's coming to get them. That's what's lacking.
It's interesting because when my last term, I went down to the border and to check out what was going on, and actually ran into about 6 migrants crossing the border, a father, 2 fathers, a couple teenagers, and it turns out that one of the fathers wasn't really the father. Later on, they found out they did some DNA testing and all that. So I'm wondering if that DNA testing is still going on to find out if these supposedly parents are real parents, and that we really have a big issue here. What would you do differently in order to stem the flow, of human trafficking that we have right now? Because you're quite right. I mean, the cartels are actually making more money on human trafficking than they are with drugs, which is really, when you think about it, that's a heck of a thing to say.
Yeah.
They're making billions of dollars on human trafficking. What would you do differently?
Well, for one, I would return the rapid DNA technology that was once in place And the current administration took it away several months ago. I don't know why they did that. I've used this technology. It's like within 20 minutes you can get a positive or negative ID and confirm.
So the administration actually took that away?
Yes,
They did?
yes.
And so we have an administration and we have, and that's saying that it's inhumane to separate families from each other, and yet they don't even know if the people being brought over are being brought by their family.
Right. Worse than that, anyone can show up and claim.
I wonder what the ACLU has to say about that. That's a rhetorical question. Thank you. Go ahead.
Investigate that.
Yeah. Okay. Now, see, now I get upset, you know, when I see injustice, when I see, you know, what the human toll that's happening at our border in the name of politics, in the name of an open border, the human suffering that continues to happen in the United States. 85,000 children, at least, that are unaccounted for. Is that a tragedy, sir?
If the 85,000 are really missing and being exploited, absolutely. But we don't believe that the mere fact that the calls were not answered. And I just want to, if I could just make one point, we are all for when people show up and there's some reason to believe that it's not the parent or legal guardian for some kind of vetting. And there's lots of ways to do it. It's easy. DNA was mentioned, calling the consulate, checking documents. But what we don't want to see, and what we have seen repeatedly, is just someone says, well, we don't want trafficking, so we're going to take this family away, and then they actually are the parent. And the judge says, well, why don't you do a DNA test? And it becomes clear it is the parent. So I think there needs to be balance on both sides.
Thank you. My time is up. I wish I had heck of a lot more time because I could have a lot more questions. Thank you, and I yield back.
At this point, the chair recognizes Mr. Goldman for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gallant, a couple quick questions for you. Can the Biden administration unilaterally hire more immigration judges to address the long backlog of asylum claims?
I apologize. I do not know all the technical aspects of what they can do now and whether they.
Well, they would need finances. Authorization and appropriation from Congress,
right.
So, can the administration just print money so that they can hire more border security agents, or is that something that Congress has to do?
No.
Okay. It's interesting to hear my colleagues say that the administration's policies are political when there are so many obvious legislative issues that need to be fixed by Congress that the administration cannot do. And unfortunately, what is political about our immigration discussion right now is what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are doing. And they are using immigration as a political partisan cudgel, and they have no interest in actually solving the problems. The backlog of asylum claims is a significant problem that we need to address. Our border security is a significant problem that we need to address. We may disagree on how to do it, but Congress has to do it. So I find it remarkable when I hear the chairman say that this administration, quote, encourages child and sex trafficking. Or my colleague from Louisiana says that the government is partnering with cartels in human trafficking. Mr. Ballard, do you agree that this government is encouraging human trafficking and partnering with the criminal organizations to engage in human trafficking?
I wouldn't say it's wittingly, but I would definitely say that the trafficking networks are using a failed policy to get people and children into our country in a way that's unethical and flat out wrong.
Unethical and wrong.
And wrong.
To enforce our, okay. Let's talk about that for a second. You have talked about the control of the human trafficking network by the cartels, right?
Correct.
The cartels are the ones who are orchestrating this and benefiting from it and pushing it, correct?
Correct.
The cartels, you would agree, rule to the extent they do by force and threat of violence, correct?
Yes.
And they do that because they possess weapons of war, such as AR-15s, correct?
The cartels, yes, they
Yes.
possess those things.
Do you know where the majority of those weapons of war come from that the cartels use?
I don't.
The United States. The United States. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to introduce a July 24, 2023 article by Reuters that is entitled, Mexico Urges U.S. Court to Revive a $10 billion Lawsuit Against Gun Makers. And I flag this because in 2005, the Republicans passed, over Democrats' objections, a bill that provides immunity to gun manufacturers. And what we have here is that the cartels are ruling by force. They're ruling, as you just testified, Mr. Ballard, through the use of weapons, of guns, of weapons of war that are trafficked across the border, but not from south to north, from north to south. And I'm sure you would agree with me that if they did not possess those weapons of war, they would be much less powerful, because that is how they rule. No one here is defending child sex trafficking. I supervise prosecutions of sex trafficking. There's nothing worse. But there is a big difference between criminal organizations engaging in crimes, child sex trafficking, and the government sanctioning policies that separate children from their parents. So let's remember, we're not talking apples to apples here. And let's hope that we never go back to that policy, as Donald Trump recently said he would like to do. Yield back.
Chair at this time recognizes Representative McCall for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ballard, thank you for being here and all the witnesses. Ms. Snodgrass, I'm so sorry to hear about your son's passing. And we're hearing these stories way too much, way too frequently. I was a federal prosecutor many years. I was chair of this committee. HSI does some great work. And the movie Sounds of Freedom, very moving, and especially God's children are not for sale. They're not. And what we see with the trafficking is it's one of the worst sins that I've seen in my lifetime, where children are property and they are trafficked. And I want to thank you for your heroism and the job you did to save those children. Problem is, we have more children now trafficked than ever before. Would you agree that this is probably one of the worst human trafficking events of your lifetime? Right now?
Absolutely.
On day one, this administration rescinded a policy that was working. It was called Remain in Mexico. And you know how political asylum works. They couldn't touch base in the United States. There was no catch and release. 85% don't qualify, 15% do, and it worked. On day one, it's rescinded. Guess what happens? The floodgates. And every Border Patrol agent I talked to, I'm from the great state of Texas, will tell you that there was a direct cause and effect. But it's not just human trafficking. Now we have almost 100,000 deaths due to fentanyl, which unfortunately Ms. Snodgrass knows only too well. Have you ever seen anything worse from an opioid epidemic in your lifetime?
No.
What's worse is when the kids get here, guess what? They have no legal status. So where do they go, Mr. Ballard? The women, the girls, where do they go?
They have to be released to HHS, where they wait for any sponsor to come and pick them up and take them home. With no
And a
vetting.
lot of times these sponsors have maybe 15 different children. And guess what they're doing? Sex trafficking. They're bringing it now inside the United States of America. And guess what? Where do the young boys typically go? They don't have a home. Maybe they have a sponsor, but guess what happens to them? Well, they're exploited, labor, sex, any kind of exploitation is available, and they have no name, no number, no identity. They are the perfect victim of any kind of exploitation within this country because no one even knows they exist. The perfect victim, both the girls and the boys. And the boys, I would argue, go to MS-13 where they got to pay back their debt to the cartels. This is a racket, and it's sanctioned by this administration. In fact, it was created by this administration. Would you agree with that? The policies absolutely made this possible, absolutely. The policies. You know, when I was a federal prosecutor, there's aiding and abetting, complicit with an offense. Would you consider these policies to be aiding and abetting the criminal conduct that we're seeing? Absolutely, especially since the administration has been told and warned and told again that that's what they're doing. And if they continue doing it, absolutely, I'd say they're absolutely aiding and abetting, and they're complicit in this. And Secretary Mayorkas knows better. I've known him for a long time. I worked with Jay Johnson. He was a U.S. attorney like I was in a border state of California. He knows exactly what he's doing, but he's disregarding the truth. And he won't change the policy that's causing so much harm and destruction to this country. Would you say that Secretary Mayorkas is complicit with the human trafficking, with the fentanyls, with the sex trafficking, with the deaths? Because I've seen him be questioned in hearings, both Senate and House, and I know that he now knows, because I've seen it, I have to say, unfortunately, yes, that he would have to be complicit in it. Have you ever seen the death rate higher than it is today of people just trying to get to the border? Never. It's never been this high. Because there's so many of them. There's so many. Because we're open for business. That's a sign the administration put on the border. We're open for business, come on in. Come on in. And once you touch base in the United States, guess what? Catch and release. My first bill in Congress 20 years ago, end, catch and release. And guess what? We're back to it again. It's a failed policy. It doesn't work. We finally had it fixed. And then this administration comes in and they screwed it all up. And it comes at a high price. Too many people are dying from overdose. Ms. Snodgrass, my heart goes out to you. My children have been to 5 funerals already of their friends. Too many human trafficking cases. And we just opened up the United States to be a big criminal conspiracy network. Is that correct, Mr. Ballard? Yes. I see my time's expired. Thank you so much. And I appreciate all of you. And Mr. Ballard, thanks for the job you have done. Thank you, sir.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Magaziner for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Chairman. We do have a humanitarian crisis at the border. And the way you deal with a humanitarian crisis is with humanity, not with cruelty, not with political posturing, with humanity. And unfortunately, too many of my colleagues are more focused on impeachment theater than they are on working together in a bipartisan way to solve the problems at the border. There are Republicans on this committee who filed articles of impeachment against the Homeland Security Secretary 2 years ago when he had only been on the job for a couple of months. And others who bragged to their supporters that impeachment was in the works even before the committee began holding hearings on this topic. I really wish that my colleagues would stop playing political games and work together in a bipartisan way to advance real solutions at the border, because there are things that will help that we can come together on if you would just work with us. So look, the vast majority of the migrants coming to our southern border are escaping poverty. They are escaping political persecution. They are seeking a better life for themselves and their children because they see the United States as a beacon of hope. And in many cases, the migrants coming to the border are seeking to come legally. And I cannot stress this enough. In many cases, they want to do the right thing, apply for legal asylum under our laws, and immigrate legally. Unfortunately, many migrants on their journey to the United States face danger from drug cartels, from human smugglers, from gun smugglers. And even when they are able to avoid the cartels and the smugglers, many die on their arduous journey. And when they arrive at the border, oftentimes they face weeks and months of delays and delays and delays and red tape before they can have their legal claims processed. Dying of thirst, dying of starvation, running out of time, they seek to enter the country between ports of entry out of sheer desperation, not because they want to, but because they have no other choice. And of course, it is not just the migrants who are falling victim to the cartels and the traffickers and the gun smugglers, it's American citizens too. So let's talk about solutions. In my conversations with Border Patrol leadership, they were clear that their number one ask of us is a more streamlined system at legal ports of entry so that the migrants who are trying to do the right thing and come here legally aren't driven between ports of entry, but have their claims processed in an orderly way at ports of entry. I heard Mr. Ballard talk about the bravery of the blue shirts, the Customs and Immigration officials, and I agree completely. We need more blue shirts. We need more blue shirts who are qualified at the ports of entry, who know how to separate the good guys from the bad guys. And when it comes to Border Patrol, what they are asking us is, make it easier for the people trying to do the right thing to go to ports of entry so that we can focus our efforts between ports of entry going after the bad guys, going after the smugglers, going after the cartels. We are not going to fix illegal immigration in this country without fixing legal immigration. And that is part of the solution. I wish my colleagues would work across the aisle on this because there are real bipartisan solutions that will help. And we cannot go back, we must not go back to the cruel tactics of the past. 5,500 children, at least, that we know of, separated from their families under the Trump administration, including 500 under age 5. Thousands of parents who risked their lives so that their children could have a better future and will now probably never see their children again because of the despicable, grandstanding politicians who wanted to look tough. And now another grandstanding politician, the governor of Texas, has illegally strung miles of razor-sharp coils across the banks of the Rio Grande. Children, some as young as 5, receiving staples for lacerations. And let's not forget the governor of Florida, who sent agents to Texas, not even his own state, to fool people into getting on planes, telling them that they would get help, but never notifying the states that they were being sent to. It was all a charade. Political grandstanding. Let's work together on real solutions. Better border security, a more streamlined legal immigration process, humanity, not cruelty. There are real solutions here that we can come together as a country around, but the grandstanding has to stop. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Garbarino for his questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the witnesses for being here today. I want to start with Ms. Cantu. The DHS Inspector General released a report in May of this year that found that ICE and CBP personnel felt that Secretary Mayorkas' policies have forced them to perform their job with one hand tied behind their back. Multiple chief patrol agents, including the now chief of the Border Patrol, told this committee in official interviews this summer that they had heard similar frustrations from their agents. Do you agree with this assessment?
Yes, I agree.
To the extent you feel comfortable sharing, what additional frustrations has your husband expressed with the current policies of the Secretary?
I could say that our agents share the frustration with them not being allowed to be those asylum-seeking judges, because before they were the first contact of anybody seeking asylum, and they could get to decide, because they got the first-hand approach to these people, whether they should stay or they should go, whether they're lying or they're not lying. A lot of duties have been taken away from our Border Patrol agents, the duties that they learned at their academy to do, and now they've been just diluted because of the simple concept of the border is open. Now it's too hard for our agents. Another frustration is not being able to have a one-on-one interview with juveniles, with kids. Before our agents would do that, our Border Patrol agents would. How do I know that? Because my husband would come home with all those stories. Now it's not like that anymore. It's too many because of the same concept. Our border is open. Now that's how we start losing kids, because our agents have lost the one-on-one with those kids. So the fact that there's no, the rules, the laws that are in place are not being followed, and that's frustrating for them. And everybody, and I can say that the majority of agents that I've spoken to, between conversations, it's everybody says the same thing. I haven't heard anybody say differently. The frustration of not having our laws in place, and not having women in Mexico in place, not being able to be those judges, because they're the first people that can tell whether it's a real story or not. Not able to do the one-on-one interview with the juveniles, knowing whether that parent is a parent or not. Those Border Patrol agents can make that distinction. They're the best eyes out there to do that job. But all of these tasks that they have learned to do at their academy has been stripped away from them because of the concept that the border is open. And now here we are, everybody asking these questions. And with all due respect, those questions that everybody's been asking, you're talking about our Border Patrol agents. I haven't come across a question that you guys have asked that doesn't pertain to an agent. Whether these families, these kids were separated, we already know what happened to those kids. The frustration within our agents is that all these steps are being skipped. They've been skipped out of this equation. Every agent can tell you exactly how to fix this problem, but nobody is listening. One more time. Our Border Patrol agents have been completely skipped out of this entire system, and that's why we sit here today. That's the frustration.
Thank you. And I understand and I appreciate that. And I know that frustration often leads to trauma, PTSD for these agents. And the ranking member and I do have that DHS suicide prevention bill that we're working on. So hopefully we can get that moving. But I only have a little bit of time left, and I want to get to Ms. Snodgrass, and I'm very sorry for your loss. But I want to ask you this question. The DEA's latest national threat assessment found major cartels are operating in at least 60 American cities peddling dangerous drugs. According to preliminary data, Alaska had a larger percentage increase in overdose deaths than any other state from 2020 to 2021, with fatalities rising from 146 to 253. Your organization, Alaska Fentanyl Response Project, works to raise awareness about dangers of fentanyl and combats drugs in Alaska. Can you please explain how fentanyl impacts Alaskan communities?
Thank you for the question. So Alaska is being targeted by Mexican drug cartels because of the prices that they can charge there. They can charge $80 for one pill that's normally sold for $10 in other American cities. The rural Alaskan communities are only accessible by air. Those air carriers, private air carriers, do not screen. So you get off of major airlines and then you get on a small air carrier. You can get on with whatever you can carry, and you're not screened. And we recently had interdictions in Kodiak, Alaska, a very small community of maybe 1,000 people, with 3,000 pills. 3,000 pills headed to a community of 1,000 individuals. Happens all the time in Alaska. Alaska's working very, very hard in interdicting these drugs. They are boots on the ground guys, very similar to who you're talking about, that we will not wait for the federal government. We're doing it ourselves in Alaska, so we're very unique in that we can do that. But Alaska has a big target on its back, and the DEA knows it, and they're helping us. Other cities, other states, other countries, there's no difference between Alaska and anywhere else in the United States. It's being brought into every community around the country every day. 300 Americans die on American sovereign soil every day.
I appreciate that answer, and I thank you for your hard work, and I'm over my time. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Garcia for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to all of our witnesses. Certainly, it definitely feels like deja vu again here in this hearing. We have the same hearing, it seems, over and over again without actually really bringing up issues that would make this country safer. We've had 6 full committee hearings, 5 of them just on the border, one of which, of course, was just the Republican caucus just yelling at Secretary Mayorkas here in this chamber. Now, everyone takes border security seriously, but I do want to remind us this is the Homeland Security Committee, not just the Border Committee. But we also know why House Republicans continue to focus on this issue. It's over and over again a political stunt focused on impeaching Secretary Mayorkas. We also keep hearing lies repeated over and over by some of our colleagues on the other side. And I have a couple questions for Mr. Gellert. Again, to reiterate, is the border open? And is it legal to claim asylum in this country?
It is not illegal to seek asylum.
Would it be legal for the Biden administration to refuse to accept asylum claims?
It would be, and we believe that the current policy is effectively denying people the right to apply for asylum, and that's why we've brought a lawsuit.
And thank you. And has the Biden administration ordered border agencies to stop enforcing the law?
Not that I'm aware.
Thank you, and I hope that settles some things for our colleagues. I also want to remind our colleagues that FBI crime data shows that in border communities, crime is actually 15% lower than the national average. And this is a narrative that is against what's normally brought up as some sort of chaos happening in border communities across the border. But I also want to address how broken our conversation around immigration is. We should be clear that there's no way to an orderly border without a conversation about legal pathways. Many of my colleagues on the Democratic side have brought this up. But we also have to be very, very clear about why these conversations are happening. Our conversation is broken because, unfortunately, House Republicans are competing by threatening people, and national Republicans are making lies about what's actually happening along the border. Now, Mr. Gellert, would it be a good idea, you think, to shoot migrants in the legs, as Donald Trump has advocated?
I'm sorry, Congressman?
Do you think it'd be a good idea to shoot migrants in the legs, as Donald Trump has advocated?
No, I don't.
Do you think it'd be a good idea to build a water-filled moat with alligators along the border, as Donald Trump has advocated?
No, I don't.
Thank you. I agree with you. But we are seeing real actions taking place that are quite shameful and disturbing. Governor Greg Abbott, as you know, recently took horrific actions by illegally deploying actual floating buoys, which we saw with blades on them, to maim innocent people at the border. The sheriff of the county where these blades were deployed, who's a Border Patrol veteran, blasted the barrier as a waste of money and far from effective. We know Republican leaders continue to tell their base that we can solve this problem also with military strikes in Mexico. Former President Trump, back to Donald Trump, said he wants battle plans drawn for attacking Mexico. Ken Cuccinelli, who Trump picked to run the Department of Homeland Security, wrote a policy memo calling for the full-scale multi-invasion of Mexico territory over a few years. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has declared that he's prepared to authorize drone strikes in Mexico. Almost every Republican presidential candidate has claimed to agree with this policy. Now, I hope the American people understand how much damage and chaos, of course, this would unleash. Now, Mexico's former ambassador has warned, quote, that Mexico probably will refuse to continue to cooperate with the president that threatens to use force against Mexico without Mexico's consent. So this idea that we're somehow going to invade northern Mexico, which is being parroted by Donald Trump and the other Republican candidates, is completely crazy. Now, Mr. Gellert, I know you have a great deal of experience with the refugee population in northern Mexico who are waiting, in many cases, to claim asylum. What would the impact of a military strike have on conditions there? How would that be received?
I don't believe it would be received well.
And what do you think would create a more orderly southern border? Legal pathways for asylum seekers who are often fleeing cartels, or American planes bombing northern Mexican cities?
I think you're hitting on it correctly. I think the way to deal with asylum is to create more legal pathways. I think one of the things the cartels prey on is the lack of legal pathways, so people have no choice but to turn to cartels. People don't want to turn to cartels. They don't want to have to trek miles and miles to find a place to cross. They want to have a legal pathway through a port of entry, and I think that's the way to undermine cartels and to provide a humane asylum system.
Thank you, Mr. Gellert. I'm sorry that the question line is even necessary. I think it's important to highlight some of the completely ridiculous and insane ideas that have been brought up by the leader of the Republican Party. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Ms. Green for her 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for bringing this excellent panel of witnesses before us. While Democrats on our committee want to widen the road and create a bigger invasion into the United States of America, enabling human trafficking, cartels making over $150 billion a year on selling little girls, little boys, and selling people into the United States and selling drugs. Republicans are committed to securing our border, Mr. Chairman, and firing the people whose failed policies are killing Americans every single day. I want to remind everyone, we serve the United States of American citizens, not the rest of the world. That needs to be made clear. You need to remember your oath of office, people. Ms. Snodgrass, I'm very sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
My children are 25, 23, and 19. I can't imagine what you go through, losing a child.
I can tell you that those cartels are targeting your children. They're targeting military-aged youth in this country from China and Mexico. They're targeting your children.
That's right. They're targeting everyone's children. Ms. Snodgrass, we had another witness come before our committee. Mrs. Rebecca Kiesling testified before this committee in March of this year. She lost her 2 sons to fentanyl poisoning like you lost your son. She lost them in 2020. And she passionately called out the current administration for its pathetic border security policies that aren't securing our border, opening our border, that made the fentanyl crisis even worse. However, she was laughingly mocked by the President of the United States, Joe Biden, for her criticism of the ongoing border crisis because that fentanyl they took came during the last administration. How did Joe Biden's comments when he laughed at her sit with parents like you who lost a child to fentanyl poisoning? How did that make you feel, Ms. Snodgrass?
Thank you for the question. I was here with Rebecca that day. And the next day, when that comment was made, she was devastated. All of us in the fentanyl family groups were devastated by that comment. It's unconscionable that this is not recognized as a red, white, and blue issue. This is American children dying on American soil. No one knows what their voting history is when they're sold a drug. She went underground for a month after that. We all will never forget. We will never forget the disrespect paid to us, and particularly Rebecca lost 2 sons. We'll never forget it. And to think that this could be talked about in terms of who died on whose watch is, there's no explanation for that. This country is being targeted. It's a war being won, in my opinion, on American soil. They're killing 112,000 Americans. That's war. We need drug terrorists to be declared as terrorists. Fentanyl is a weapon of mass destruction. This is a war being waged. We are not standing up to it. We need to turn the tables and take this war to them. Take this war to them instead of us responding poorly, in my opinion. Take this to them. Turn the tables.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. And I'm very sorry for your loss. Mr. Gellerant, I'm sorry, I can't see your...
That's all right, Gallant, sorry.
Gallant. You know, I find it so hypocritical of you to listen to you basically mock former President Trump's administration, attacking the policies of testing for DNA, keeping children safe while they are ensuring that they are with a parent, while this administration, under Secretary Mayorkas, under Joe Biden, this administration, Democrats have lost over 85,000 children in our country. We cannot find them. We cannot find them. And you know what? Here, listen to this. This is so disturbing to me. The very fact that this administration sent more than 100 children to the same address in Austin, Texas, while other Texas addresses received 44 and 25 minors respectively, that is outrageous. That is outrageous. And I don't have a question for you. I just want you to understand that there is no criticism of the former administration and the ridiculous numbers and the so-called separating children from their parents. No, that's called keeping them safe. Ms. Cantu, wouldn't you say that that's what your husband was able to do under the former President Trump's administration, was keep children safe?
Yes, ma'am.
And how does your husband feel now, and all of the brave men and women in the Border Patrol? How does it affect their mentality? How does it affect their marriages? How does it affect their families when they have their hands tied behind their backs? They're not allowed to protect these children. They watch regular Americans get fired every single day, but yet we can't impeach Secretary Mayorkas because that's impeachment theater. How has that affected Border Patrol agents?
It's overall beyond frustrating. These Border Patrol agents carry that weight with them every day. The fact that they cannot comply with the oath that they swore on the day that they graduated from their academy. This is a flag that classes wave in the academy in Artesia. This is the promise that they made. This represents a promise, the oath, the ability to protect this country, and that's their frustration. They no longer have that. They're no longer allowed to practice the laws that they were taught. Nothing even special. It's just the basic books.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish we had another round with these witnesses.
We do, if you want to stick around. Okay. We did say at the beginning that we would allow a second round of questioning. So actually, we're going to take a recess for 5 minutes to allow the witnesses to take a break. And we will reconvene at 12:35, so a little more than, about 10 minutes. So 10-minute recess and back at 12:35. Okay. We can start without him, right? He's okay. If the witnesses will go ahead and take their seat, we'll get started. Committee is in order, and I think we are on Ms. Ramirez. Ms. Ramirez, you are recognized for 5 minutes for your questioning.
Thank you, Chairman and Ranking Member Thompson. I'm glad we had a little bit of a break. I know it's been a long few hours here. Today is our first hearing back since August recess, and I do feel like it's kind of deja vu. We've heard over and over again that we are in a migrant crisis, and I think we all agree there is one. No child should die in the water or be separated from their family, citizen or non-citizen. At least that's what my Christian values tell me. Instead of addressing this crisis, however, this committee is looking for scapegoats to blame. President Biden, Secretary Mayorkas, immigrants, children, women, families. Now, if we're looking for someone to blame for this crisis, we can look around this room and point fingers, and certainly we do, but the truth is that this crisis was made by years of inaction from politicians on both sides of the aisle. If the border is open, which we continue to hear over and over and over again, then why is it that people are drowning in El Rio Grande? Then why is it that 1,700 people, as the chairman mentioned, have been found dead through dehydration or drowning? If the border is in fact open, then why is it that women and children are being targeted in the way they are and risking their entire life just to be here, a country that then we want to deport them from as they're escaping all sorts of horrible situations in their country? What I'd say is that if we're truly serious about addressing this crisis, folks, we got to start talking about immigration reform, and that feels like a deja vu of deja vus. We have to deliver work permits for immigrants. We have a labor shortage right now. Manufacturing jobs, hospitality, all industries, they want to work. They don't want to have to be forced to live in shelters or have to be forced in conditions that are not legal. But we also have to ask ourselves, what would make anyone, that mother with that son, cross through jungles to come to this country? What is the root cause of migration? That is our job as legislators, to ask ourselves those questions and then find solutions. Mr. Gellert, give me a yes or no. Given your work with migrants, do you believe that it's important for cities to welcome migrants and provide them with basic support as they integrate into our communities?
I do.
And another follow-up, yes or no. Do you think that the federal government can do more to help with this?
Yes.
I agree with you too. I agree with you too. You see, we talk about 85,000 children. 85,000 children that were separated by the Trump administration. And we have to make sure that these children that are no longer children are cared for. And I'd like to say to you that it's so disappointing to me to see some of my Republican colleagues talk about protecting women and children and then support cruel policies such as H.R. 2, the Child Deportation Act. There's this thing called dissonance that we can look up. You say one thing, but do the other. That is putting at risk and opposing funds for cities that are providing shelter. It is dissonance to what we say we care about. You say you care about children. You care about women. I don't want to see anyone trafficked. And if you don't, we're going to find solutions. We should not stand for this blatant power play, nor allow it to be used as leverage to threaten our country with a Republican government shutdown. Our job right here is to find solutions. People want legal pathways. They don't want to be trafficked. It is our responsibility to create those legal pathways, and I've told my colleagues before, I'm ready to work with you on that.
And for those that are here, those that have been here, you can help pass the Promise and Dream Act and give dreamers that are no longer children a pathway to citizenship. Our job here is to continue to fight for justice and the rights of all. That is the job that we got elected to do. That does include immigrants. That does include refugees. Because as I look here, unless you are Native American, every one of you and me, our ancestors came from another country, and we were welcomed here. Thank you for your time, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. I now recognize Mr. Ezell for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for our witnesses that have come here today to tell us what you think is going on at the border. We've been up here for the last several months, and we've exposed time and time again the failed border policies of this administration. And it's no secret that the border is a mess, and it's no secret that our law enforcement officers are under attack. I spent my entire life as a law enforcement officer, and every time I have seen over the last several years the attacks that come under law enforcement, it just makes me sick to see that. And to listen to Ms. Cantu today, Ms. Snodgrass, I'm so sorry for your loss. And Mr. Ballard, thank you for what you've done. And Mr. Renault, thank you all for being here and for your information. But we have seen the failed policies of this administration time and time again, these children that are missing, these people that have been exploited, and it's terrible that it's going on right here in our country, and it could be stopped in a very short period of time. And we've seen the suicide of our Border Patrol agents. We've seen suicides of our law enforcement officers across this country, and it's absolutely unnecessary. And it's because of failed policies that have been put in place by this administration, and it's absolutely appalling. And I want Ms. Cantu to talk to us just for a few minutes about some solutions, about some of the attacks that have been on our law enforcement officers, our CBP officers down there at the border. I want you to tell me some of the things that we could do immediately. And I want this committee to hear it as a wife of a law enforcement officer. I want you to talk to us today about some of the issues that your husband has faced and some of his colleagues has faced so that we can understand the amount of pressure that you're under as a wife supporting your husband.
Thank you. I think first and foremost, the committee must understand, I sit here as a Border Patrol wife. With all due respect, ma'am, the border is open. Thousands of illegals come here with no questions asked. They are released into our country. Our border is open, ma'am. We hear every day countless stories of all the people that are bussed everywhere, flown everywhere, or just walked out the front door. That happens every day. I believe that the talks within our Border Patrol agents is that we need to bring back those basic rules that we had. Once again, when we do things like remain in Mexico policy, the traffic slows down automatically. How do I know? Because I've heard stories of people from different countries other than Mexico coming to our country and claiming to seek asylum. Once they hear, well, if you're gonna seek asylum, you have to wait in Mexico, they say, no, never mind, I wanna go back to my country. That fixes and tidies up the traffic so that it gives time for our agents to take the time to process, to properly process, interview, primarily the kids that cross. If the traffic slows down with even just one policy of remain in Mexico, our agents are able to handle those cases with kids one by one like it was before. That's gonna save a lot of kids. Seeking asylum, the rules are the rules. There's no other way to explain it. Seeking asylum, you have to go through the POE. We didn't write those laws. Border Patrol agents didn't write these laws. They were already there. It's just a lot of basic things. Just 3 things could make such a big difference. And it could help all of our points, everything that all of us are trying to do. Saving kids, the trafficking, the drugs, just some basic rules. But I just don't understand why Mr. Mayorkas wouldn't take the initiative to do that, because it's very black and white. It's not complex. Giving the opportunity for our Border Patrol agents to be asylum judges. Nobody's gonna know those illegal immigrants crossing better than our Border Patrol agents that caught them. Having them do the interview with the kids one-on-one, you'd be surprised how much those agents learn from those kids in just 5 minutes. Remain in Mexico. It's so basic, but to begin with that, we have to realize that right now, our border, no matter how you write it down on paper, it is open. We see it every day. I live in the Rio Grande Valley. Donde está el Rio Grande. Yo vengo de ahí. Yo lo veo todos los días. I see it every day. It fills up my downtown where I like to shop. It fills up our downtown area with immigrants trying to get to that bus station to head wherever they're gonna go to. They just walk out. My brother's an ICE agent. I hear talks all the time. These people are walking out. And there's nothing our agents can do. There's nothing our ICE agents can do. It's being allowed. And I know Mr. Mayorkas can make a difference. And if he refuses to, I firmly believe we should get a different approach. And I believe with the conversations that I've had with other Border Patrol wives, with other agents, we feel the same.
Thank you, Ms. Cantu. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Menendez for his 5 minutes questioning, the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to all the witnesses for appearing here today. I know it's been a long hearing, but specifically I want to thank Ms. Snodgrass for your advocacy, for your testimony here today, and for what you're doing to try to raise awareness around fentanyl. Coming from all the way from Alaska means a lot to us. My son's name is Robert, too. He turned 1 yesterday. A lot of the work that I do here is thinking about my children and the children of our neighbors, grandchildren of our neighbors, and ensuring that future grandparents and parents don't have to do the advocacy that you're doing today. The issue of fentanyl and its impact on our country is something that I believe we all take seriously. You mentioned legislation that's been introduced in your son's name. It's introduced by a Democrat and has both bipartisan support. I believe that we should be focused on solutions. You present 5 items in your testimony. Some of it's funding non-invasive screening, both for DHS and our Postal Service. Those are concrete solutions that we can work on here in Congress. I think where folks on this side get a little bit frustrated is that we're not talking more about those tangible solutions to ending the scourge of fentanyl in this country. We have a tendency in this environment here in Washington to politicize a lot of what we do. And some of what we do is constructive. Some of it is what we do is working with people like you to figure out solutions so we can prevent the loss of life in this country, as opposed to purely trying to assign blame. So I thank you for coming here and trying to recenter what we're doing, because it is important work and it is within our jurisdiction. And I do look forward to continuing to do the work, to continue to look forward towards those solutions that you presented so we can expand upon them. But there's also things that this administration has done, like Operation Blue Lotus, which seized thousands of pounds of fentanyl, thousands of pounds of precursors, arrested over 200 individuals engaged in the transportation of fentanyl and other illicit drugs. We should be thinking about how we can grow that program, as opposed to just trying to ignore it because it's something that the administration has done in a productive way to address the challenge of fentanyl that we have. And I hope to do that work, and to do that work with all of my colleagues in this room on both sides of the aisle, because it's been said before, it's not a Democratic issue, it's not a Republican issue, it's an American issue. And we start addressing the issue as Americans, as opposed to Republicans and Democrats, we'll get to much better solutions. So I thank you again for your advocacy and for your time here. I just want to quickly turn to some of the things that we have dealt with in this committee, and that includes H.R. 2, the border bill that we had through our committee earlier this year. we offered a series of amendments that we thought could improve the bill, even though we thought in its whole it was flawed. But specifically, the amendments that we introduced, myself included, had to deal with the treatment of NGOs. H.R. 2 would prevent DHS from providing any funding to non-governmental entities, including faith-based nonprofit organizations who provide shelter, transportation, and legal assistance to families fleeing horrific conditions. It would also require FEMA's disaster management partners, such as Catholic Charities, to verify every person's immigration status before providing life-saving services. Mr. Gallant, as someone who has spent a considerable amount of time with asylum seekers and others in the immigration court system, how do these types of services and the nonprofits who provide them impact those who seek assistance?
I think having the NGOs and nonprofits involved is absolutely critical. That partnership, that public-private partnership, is essential to doing the work on the ground. I think that the nonprofits can do things that the government can't do. There's a certain trust factor. They are on the ground working every day with these communities. So the more we can foster that, the better.
And they can be more nimble, right? Because they can move in terms of how the circumstances change to better adapt to what's happening on the ground. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Let me ask you, in your opinion, should Congress be restricting the amount of funding that goes towards these nonprofits?
No.
And what do you think the impact on migrants, and you alluded to this, the communities that they serve look like should this funding be restricted?
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, what would the impact on migrants and communities look like should this funding be restricted?
Yeah, I think it would help significantly. I think that's exactly what we need, is nonprofits helping with housing, transportation, all those logistics. As you point out, they are nimble, they are working with the communities. I think the impact would be significant.
Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Luttrell for his 5 minutes questioning.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us here today. I have 5 counties, three of which are Liberty County is a county right outside my district. And to date, there's 200 families per month moving in. There's cartel gangs, MS-13, the Houstones, Mexican Mafia. And from what I understand, murders in that area. And I live about 5 hours from the border, coming from the west or southwest, and then depending on where else in the state you're traveling. But I live off the border, but I'm the landing zone. And the murders are very cartel-esque when I talk to the sheriff's office, constables, and state troopers. Ms. Cantu, you mentioned earlier that, and maybe it's my fault, but I haven't had the opportunity to chat with anybody that's walking that line. And you said earlier that they have the way to close the border. Now, depending on who you're talking to, is the border open, is the border closed? The border is what it is today. What we have, if it's open, it's closed, we have this problem. Can you rattle off a couple of bullet points that your husband and your brother and everybody are talking about that we can get our heads around? Because maybe it's just we're not hearing it correctly.
Yes, thank you for your question. First and foremost,
and if it's fine if you don't, I can appreciate that. I'm sure it's pretty complex, but if
no, it's not. It's just coming up with the order. Remain in Mexico. That deters all the traffic from a lot of other countries, obviously not from Mexico. That slows down this traffic, those Russians, Chinese, all these people from these countries that are not really fond of our country. Another option would be to asylum seekers we can do customs asylum judges and have asylum seekers go through the PO, through the point of entry. If once you remain in Mexico, the traffic slows down. This gives Border Patrol agents the ability to either help with asylum seekers by being asylum judges, or they can also perform the interviews for these kids that are being crossed. Again, as soon as you put in that remain in Mexico policy, the traffic slows down immensely. That gives Border Patrol agents more time to fully focus. Because right now, the only thing that happens is these stations are just bus stops. Our stations are just bus stops because they don't get fully processed correctly like they were before because of the high amount of traffic that comes in. Before, I could have conversations with my husband telling me how, oh, he came up, he had this little boy and his name was so-and-so and he was this age, and he knew, he had some kind of knowledge about these people. Why? Because he had the time to actually talk to these people, to these kids. Now it's just bus in and out, in and out, in and out. The traffic is too much. Even if you do try to hire more agents, with all due respect, a lot of guys don't want to be agents right now. It's not the greatest job in the world right now, unfortunately. And we stand for the patrol. We want more agents. We want more help. But unfortunately, it's not very popular right now.
Thank you. Mr. Galern? Did I say that right?
Yes.
Thank you. Hearing what you're hearing from the other side, and can you give me some idea of why you said 5,500 children are missing, but we have the number 85,000 that's floating over the top of our head? If the policies are in place and the procedures are being followed, why do we still have these problems? Can you answer that question for me?
So our view is that those 85,000 are probably not missing, that what's happened is...
Yes, sir. Yeah, you've said that a couple times.
Yeah, and so I think our view is that if steps were not taken to diligently look at backgrounds of sponsors, they should be, and that's something that needs to be fixed, and I think HHS is looking into it and has taken steps. But my assumption is that those children are not missing. Sponsors just don't want to answer the phone from a government agency.
And given the time frame that this current administration has been in place from the previous administration, have rules been changed in a way to make this more streamlined and beneficial for those coming across?
I think that there have been changes. Some are restrictive. I don't know that any have been particularly streamlined as far as I know.
I guess my concern is if that's the case, then what seems to be the problem? Because if the numbers that are coming across, hey Josh, will you the numbers that are coming across have just grown exponentially, and we want to solve that problem. Working on both sides of the aisle, I think Mr. Menendez said it greatly. We do want to solve this problem. We're just trying to figure out the best way to do that.
Right, and so I think a couple of things. One is I do think that there need to be more asylum officers there so that it can go faster. We are not opposed to a more efficient system as long as it retains some basic fairness and due process. The other thing is I do think that more legal pathways opening up would help asylum seekers. It would also diminish the cartels. What we hear on the ground is the cartels prey on people who have no way to come in legally, so the only offer they can receive is, well, we'll take you illegally by the cartels. Once there are legal pathways, it cuts the cartels out. So I do think we need more legal pathways for asylum seekers. We need more asylum officers to do the work more efficiently. Again, we are not opposed to a system that's more efficient as long as it retains basic fairness and due process.
Thank you. I yield back, sir.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Burkeen for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So since this administration took office, we're looking at numbers that tell us that about every year, the population of Oklahoma, the state that I represent, is what's coming across our border illegally. We're almost at the point of 3 times the population of Oklahomans in our country illegally. You know it's bad when the mayor of New York City is saying, quote, this, talking about illegal immigration, is going to destroy. He used that word, destroy the city. He's talking about people coming from West Africa, Russia. This is the site of ground zero. We have 100 people every year, the last couple of years. We're now at 140. Those are on the terrorist watch list just for this year, 140 that have been encountered. Who knows the number of potential heinous actors have come across that we've not apprehended. Mr. Ballard, I think all of us applaud you, Jim Caviezel, Matthew Faraci, throw out Matthew's name, he's from Oklahoma. You guys are agents of light and the sound of freedom. What you've done to advocate and what you've done to shed light on the humanitarian crisis of the sex slave trade. Thanks for being agents of light in a dark situation. Things that have been talked about today, the second largest criminal enterprise in the world is the sex slave trade. Every 30 seconds, a child is subjected to this heinous act. The U.S. being the largest consumer of child pornography, third largest consumer of child pornography, and largest consumer of child rape videos. God help our country in this cultural rot. That line upon line and precept upon precept, we have stepped away generation after generation from biblical virtue, and this is where we're at. That's an aside. But for every parent who's not wanting to wage in this battle of good and evil, of returning this nation back to our roots of biblical virtue, it might, if we stay silent, it's probably going to be easier for us, but it's not going to be easier for our kids and our grandkids. But now let's talk about those children that are coming across our border illegally. You'd shared with me earlier, the president of Guatemala told you something pretty profound. Would you expound about what the president of Guatemala told you as it relates to this trafficking issue?
Yes, I was with President Giamatti last week, and he was just talking about the horrifying things that are happening to his people. He started a campaign with his government called Haciendo Visible lo Invisible, which is to say, making visible what is invisible. And it's basically a warning to the people, don't go with these smugglers, because most of them are also traffickers. Most of them are abusers. And they might play a nice game and pitch a nice pitch in the beginning. Hey, don't worry, I'll pay you later. Well, you can pay me later. Yeah, they'll pay with their bodies. They'll pay with other things.
Did you tell me that 75%, he told you that 75% of all minors and women that are migrating are subjected to sexual abuse?
That's exactly what he told me. That's his understanding.
So I'm going to continue with that. So we had a border sheriff that told us that cartels are utilizing the sex trafficking slave trade, that are saying to parents, if you can't afford what we're going to charge you to come into the United States, because we've become the Uber service to get into the United States for free, and we're going to charge you. If you can't afford it, do you have a 13, 14, 15-year-old daughter that we can help pay off your debt? That's an interesting note that was told to this committee. I think you had said in your commentary, or something you said in the past, that there's $14 million a day, the dollars that the cartel is making. That corroborates another report by the New York Times that says it's $13 billion in 2021 the cartel made off human trafficking. We know there's 400,000 unaccompanied minors that have come across this border since this administration took office. And we've got this massive flow that the administration is not able to vet whether their families are legitimate families or, quote, fake families. Would you quickly tell me what the definition of a fake family is, and quickly, just in reference to my time?
Due to the Flores settlement, it's a loophole that the traffickers and smugglers know that if they can get a kid and convince that kid to call her mom and him dad, the clients, you create a fake family. And that forces the Border Patrol to let them in within 72 hours, and they're all released. The kid gets used and recycled over and over again.
So I'm gonna showcase this. I don't know if the camera will pick this up. This is from U.S. Customs and Border Patrol. This is dated May 19th of 2023, reversing under the Trump administration, where we took DNA testing to verify whether or not those young adults were actually with a legitimate family member. This letter says, quote, the U.S. Customs and Border Protection familial DNA contract with certain technologies will end on May 31st of 2023. The testing will conclude on that date. Samples submitted afterwards will not be utilized. So we know that there's a grand jury in Florida that said that there were 100 kids sent to San Antonio, Texas, to one sponsor. What do you think really happening in those situations?
I think when you see that happening, you can expect exploitation. And when you've left yourself no option to investigate because you haven't done any follow-up, you haven't done any background work, those kids are now gone, and they are missing.
Is this administration complicit, whether knowingly or unknowingly, in advocating the sex slave trade because of these type of policies? They're allowing these fake families to move people into the interior of the United States.
I hate to say this, but yes, they are complicit because they do know. I've watched them learn, thanks to C-SPAN. I've watched them learn what's happening, and they continue to do the same thing.
Mr. Chairman, I yield.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Laloda.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for your important leadership on this American matter, and appreciate all the witnesses being here today. Mr. Ballard, I'm the father of 3 young girls. My daughters are 14, 12, and 9. And I watched with great concern the movie that depicted your service to our country, The Sound of Freedom, and appreciate that you put your life and your family, set you free to be able to put others before you and your own family. And I appreciate you making that sacrifice for young children that you didn't even know. In a system with so many failures, you, sir, are a bright spot, a beacon of hope, a light that has helped shine on this crisis that America has, that has impacted innocent humans for too long. Sir, you mentioned in your testimony that there are loopholes in our immigration laws relative to this border crisis. I represent a suburban district east of New York City, which is suffering from a migrant crisis right now. The city's mayor, a Democrat, says that this migrant crisis will destroy New York City. Mr. Ballard, sir, how familiar are you with the history behind America's asylum process, specifically that the historic intent behind the asylum process was to provide a safe haven for folks from other countries, to have a safe haven here in this country if they're under imminent danger of persecution in their own country, rather than a traditional immigration or visa process? How familiar are you with modern-day American asylum process and the historical nature of it?
I'm relatively familiar.
If I told you that under this administration, the asylum process is one by which an asylum applicant merely utters the right 20 or 30 words, but has no bona fide proof that they're under an imminent danger of persecution, they're granted entry into our country, they're assigned an asylum hearing usually a couple years ahead of time, and that ultimately around 80% of those seeking asylum, their applications ultimately get rejected on the merits. Would you agree that given these realities that there are tremendous loopholes in how our asylum process is currently administered?
Absolutely. You just got to show up at the border, and there's various loopholes, and you're going to get in.
Now, would you agree that these loopholes that you mentioned in your testimony just now isn't serving the intended purpose of providing refuge to those who are truly seeking shelter from imminent persecution of their home country?
It absolutely is not. In fact, it's affording opportunities for traffickers and for children to be abused.
And that was my last question, sir. With respect to our traditional immigration process, which is usually meant to complement America's labor needs, as in addition to the person or people trying to come into our country, can you describe, with just a minute or so remaining, how the diversion of the initial intent of our asylum process has exacerbated the human crisis that we're here to talk about today?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, our laws are good. Our laws would work. I wish we'd put more asylum courts. I wish we would have immigration reform. I wish we'd put more asylum courts as an attachment to our embassies in the Central American countries, so they don't have to take this journey to those who deserve asylum. Unfortunately, those who are showing up, the vast majority don't. They're going to get in. They know they're going to get in. And again, traffickers are taking advantage of it, making fake families, hurting children that way, letting them release to really anybody because they're not vetting them. They're not affording foreign children the same thing we would afford to any American child who turned up unaccompanied in a city. Why wouldn't we afford them the same? So they're taking advantage of what is a good process, an asylum process. They're taking advantage of that because their intent isn't to seek asylum. Their intent is to get into the United States or, even worse, hurt children in the process to make money.
Well said, sir. I'll say once again, thank you on behalf of the committee for the sacrifice that you and your family have made to make other lives better. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. D'Esposito.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to all our witnesses that are here this morning and now this afternoon. As you are all well aware, and as my colleague from New York, Mr. Lalota, referenced, New York City is facing one of the biggest issues that we've seen in a long time. Most recently, the mayor has called for a 5% cut in all New York City department budgets, one right now, one 3 months from now, and one a few months after that, adding up to a 15% decrease across the line in budgets of our police department, our fire department, sanitation, building, our education system, on and on. Those are huge cuts. And I spent a career in the NYPD as a detective and understand how crucial those funds are to really keeping our city moving forward. And most recently, someone has referenced the Billy Joel song about the lights going out on Broadway, and it seems like they are certainly dimming. One of the questions I have for you, Mr. Ballard, is yesterday we held a field hearing at the 9/11 Museum talking about the global threats that have changed this nation over the last 22 years since 9/11. But most importantly, as the chairman of the Subcommittee on Emergency Management and Technology, we talked about how we can do better coordinating federal, state, local level. What can we do better in order to keep this nation and the people who live here safe? And I had to, yesterday during the hearing, was thinking about the hearing today and thought to myself that we could really be posing the same question to the issues that we're facing with our open borders and now so many thousands upon thousands of migrants coming into the city of New York and many Democrat cities throughout this country because they praise themselves as cities and sanctuary cities where they welcome everyone, but clearly had no plans in place to welcome those into this so-called sanctuary city. So my question to you is, what can we do on a federal level to make sure that our partners locally and on the state level have the resources that they need to deal with this humanitarian crisis, with this disaster at the southern border, and most specifically, deal with human trafficking now in these cities where, detectives like myself, it wasn't one of the biggest crimes that you were investigating, but now could be. What can we do to make sure that the local, the state, obviously are getting the resources they need from the federal level?
Well, thank you. It's a super important question. I've been fighting this fight for almost 20 years, trying to make this a priority. The resources aren't given to state and local law enforcement as they should be. That's why the foundations that I have worked with and founded do that. We supplement budgets because we know that it's simply, anecdotally, I can tell you that there's about 5 anti-drug agents for every 1 anti-child trafficking agent. That's not right. Okay, as has been said before, you can sell a bag of cocaine 1 time, you can sell a child 10 times in a day. So let's prioritize correctly, and let's start resourcing correctly so that we can fight this. Let's go overseas and work with our partners. I met with the president of Honduras and the president of Guatemala last week, and they said, help us forward deploy and get these traffickers who are taking our kids into your country. Let's work, we can forward deploy on this stuff. And so there's a lot we can do in that way.
Thank you. I know it was touched on before by Ms. Cantu, but I want to address it with you real quickly. Obviously, when people take oaths to serve in our military, to be members of law enforcement, they take an oath, and during that time, they see things, smell things, hear things that most humans probably shouldn't. Obviously, the issues that we're facing, especially when it comes to human trafficking, creates mental health issues within law enforcement and those that are dealing with this each and every day. What can we do better? What other negative consequences are we seeing from Biden's failed border crisis, but specifically to the mental health issue? What can we do better?
Thank you for your question. I think our sectors need funding to create potential scenarios for agents to either, one, have events to honor them. A great example is our Rio Grande Valley sector had a comedy show. Mind you, our agents they never show up for anything. I attended this comedy show and so many agents showed up in uniform. They were allowed to leave a couple hours early. Those kind of scenarios is positive, uplifting, but what ends up happening is when we create events like that, our own agents have to fundraise for these events. I have a committee right now with, it's made out of Border Patrol wives. We use our own money to show appreciation to our own agents. I think it's a good idea if somehow we had a budget, some kind of funding, so that each sector is allowed to have an annual thing for our agents, just the smallest of appreciation, just something that unites them, that brings that morale, that hope that somebody still stands behind them. And I think right now our chief, Ms. Gloria, has made a really good example of that. And it's just unfortunate that we have to do our own fundraising. I think if anything, create events like that, a wellness events where you bring just medical people to come and see our agents and just talk to them and you know, just things like that. Another thing I would say is I believe that each station should have some kind of chapel with enough chaplains in the station where they're accessible. We need God with our Border Patrol agents.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, and thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, my time's expired. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Ms. Lee for her 5 minutes questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you holding this important hearing today, and I thank all of our witnesses for being here to share your stories. This, in fact, is a crisis that we cannot adequately describe by talking only about the staggering numbers of unlawful crossings at our southern border, or by talking about the devastating economic impact, or the failure to enforce our laws. The true foundation of this crisis is the ultimate price that is being paid by American families who have lost sons and daughters, brothers and sisters to fentanyl poisoning or children being stolen into human trafficking. And you being here today allows us to share with the American people the true cost, what it really means when we fail to secure that border. So I thank you all for being willing to share your stories with us today. Mr. Ballard, I'd like to begin by returning to something you testified about earlier this morning. You said that in America today, it is easier to be a host family for a child coming across our border than it is to adopt a cat. Would you please share with us some of the things that should be done before a host family is approved as a safe place to place a minor child?
Yes, thank you very much. Again, having been through the process of adopting children, I know the care that these kids deserve. And I rescued these kids, and I still went through it. I don't see why these kids shouldn't have that same level of protection, especially in a country that is the #1 country in consuming child rape videos. This is not a safe country, unfortunately, for children who are unaccompanied and just walking around without any, a sponsor who's unvetted. And so more needs to be done. You can't just show a document and sign a paper. I mean, literally, you have to do more than that to adopt a cat from a shelter. I've done it, so I know. They need to be background checked, fingerprints. They're not being fingerprinted. Okay, the sponsors, unless they can make that exception in the moment if they'd like to. HHS. No, you got to do it for everybody. Background check, criminal checks. Do the full. If they're claiming to be family, bring the DNA rapid technology. It's great. 20 minutes, you can confirm. Instead, they ripped it away, this administration, a few months ago. Why? They're already so less protected. Why do you take the few tools we have to protect these children? Why do foreign children deserve less protection than American children would be given if found in a similar situation?
Ms. Snodgrass, I'd like to return to your testimony, please. One of the things that is important about what you've shared with us today is the concept that fentanyl is making it into every area of our country, every part of our country. There are parts of Alaska in particular that are very remote, and your organization has heard reports about how fentanyl is getting into those communities. Would you share with us, please, what you understand about that subject?
Thank you for the question. So another community I just came back from is Chivak, Alaska. The only accessible route to Chivak, Alaska is either by seaplane or in the wintertime snow machines. And I was asked to come there to do a fentanyl response project presentation because they see the blue pills. That's what they call it in that community. The blue pills have made it into that community of less than 800 Alaskans. So you talked about the human toll. One member of that community dies, and it affects that entire community for generations to come. So the fact that cartels are targeting those kinds of communities, not only in Alaska, but also rural areas of the country, all around the country, Michigan, Minnesota, other communities that are rural in nature, Native American communities, It's devastating, absolutely devastating to a rural community in Alaska to lose one citizen. In Dillingham recently, they lost an 18-year-old girl, and that family, that community will never be okay from the loss of a child. I'm not ever going to be okay again. Never will I be okay again from the loss of my child.
What could Secretary Mayorkas be doing today that is not being done that would help stop the flow of fentanyl?
Today, Secretary Mayorkas said the Homeland Security could stand up a federal response to begin to discuss and figure out how to take it. I said it already once today. Take it to them. We're on the receiving end of this deal and have been for years. And quite frankly, the parents, my child is dead. I'm here for other people's children. We need to take this fight to them. We need to take it to China. We need to take it to Mexico and quit being recipients and victims of this war that we're waging. We need to take it across the border before it ever comes to the United States of America.
Thank you, Ms. Snodgrass. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. I now recognize Mr. Strong for his questions.
Mr. Ballard, as you mentioned in your testimony in 2022 alone, immigration authorities encountered 152,000 unaccompanied minors, an all-time high. Many of these children will enter the U.S. illegally and be put at risk of sexual exploitation. In fact, it's estimated that 72% of those trafficked in the U.S. are immigrants. My colleagues across the aisle regularly use words like safe, compassionate, and humane to describe their border policies. Do you think that the children being sold into sex slavery would agree with these policies are humane?
They would absolutely not agree that they're humane.
What is your opinion? What in your opinion would be more humane and help lessen the risk of exploitation of these children?
The most compassionate, humane thing to do is to enforce our borders as the laws require and streamline our immigration processes. I do think that we can make it easier for those who deserve asylum. And that will thus suck the wind out of the sails of the child traffickers because they will no longer be incentivized.
Thank you. A Health and Human Services Office of the Inspector General report found that in response to the influx of unaccompanied children, basic screening safeguards have been removed from the sponsor vetting process in an effort to expedite children's releases. Do you think that these views, what do you think the outcome of that would be? Is that a positive or a negative?
Extremely negative. It opens up all sorts of opportunities for traffickers, for pedophiles, for people who want to exploit children in labor. And the bad guys are loving it. Look, the human traffickers that are making $14 million a day love our policies. And that should tell you all you need to know. Why do they love our policies? They shouldn't.
Mr. Gallerant, you mentioned family separation of illegal aliens, parents separated from children. If these parents stop crossing with children illegally into America, would that solve this problem?
I think that the parents are coming with their children out of desperation because they're in such danger. I don't think we should be, as a country, saying we're not going to accept asylum seekers, and the only thing we can do is take them and separate them from their children. So I think we need to have an asylum system. We promised after World War II we would never send people back to danger. And we can talk about differences in how the asylum system should run, but I don't think anybody should be in favor of taking little children away from their parents and using them as pawns.
Thank you. Has your organization ever done a study related to American parents being separated from their children by death because of fentanyl overdoses? Over 300 a day, every day in America from fentanyl. People die from overdoses where American children are being stripped from the arms of their parents. You ever done a study on that?
I don't know.
If a member of Congress believes your district supports illegal immigration, today's a good day to get on the record and say it publicly. I'm sure Governor Abbott would be happy to route some buses your way and bring 100,000 to you. to create hell on your city, economy, school system, hospitals, law enforcement, first responders, court system, and your jail system. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Crane for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you guys for coming here today. Mr. Ballard, thank you for your service. My family and I also saw the movie. Pretty tough movie to watch. Mr. Ballard, are you aware that this week marks the 22nd anniversary of 9/11 attacks?
Yes, I do.
Looking back at that event, sir, do you come to the same conclusion that I do, that it almost seems as if we haven't learned a thing in this country?
I do.
Isn't it true, sir, that some of these trafficking networks that the cartels operate, they don't just traffic little kids, but they also will traffic individuals on the terror watch list into the country?
Absolutely, we know that to be true.
Yeah, the last numbers I was looking at showed that within the last couple of years, 241 have been encountered. And that doesn't include the gotaways, does it, sir?
That's absolutely right. Muhammad Atta himself staged in Mexicali, Mexico, and crossed into the United States that way.
Do you think it's possible that of the estimated 1.5 million gotaways that any of the individuals on that watch list or that might be on the terror watch list might conduct another attack like we saw on 9/11?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Ms. Canto, thank you so much for being here today. I wanted to tell you personally, thank you so much for your courage, your dedication to your family, and to the Border Patrol. And I want to say something, ma'am. I've been in this, I'm a freshman here in Congress. I've only been here for 8 months, but rarely do I see a witness that has the courage to actually confront a member of Congress and tell them what's what. So thank you for doing that today. It really bothers me when I see all the politics going on, and I know you've seen it today, haven't you, ma'am? I know you've seen today why we're in this situation where our kids are dying of fentanyl. We have members on the terror watch list coming through our southern border, and our country is, quite frankly, being overrun. You know, it's sad because no offense to the witness from the other side, but clearly they brought this witness in to talk about policies of the past. They didn't bring him in here to talk about what's going on today, did they? Mr. Ballard, did you notice that as well?
I did notice that.
Why do you think that is, sir?
It seems to me a bit of a distraction. Not that we shouldn't talk about family separation, but we're here to talk about this problem right now, right before us, and it's devastating. And I think some of this might have been used as a distraction to not get these bigger points across.
Yeah, well, on that note of family separation, do you think it's a little ironic that there's only a focus on family separation under the last administration?
I do, because there's a point that hasn't been made about that. How come these families, look, I believe some of those families absolutely were separated wrongfully, but however, if the parents aren't coming back to get those kids, how do you know that they weren't fake families that were separated? I mean, we know there's cases where they were real families. I'm not saying there's not, but we don't know the number. How many are fake families and those kids might have been rescued? We have to ask that question. I don't have the answer, but at least let's talk about it.
Yeah, and Mr. Gallant, on that same train of thought, it's interesting to me that you just make the assumption that because the sponsors aren't answering the phone, that you guys don't believe that these 85,000 kids are really missing.
Right, well, that's based on, talking to people in years of working in this area, that sponsors generally do not like to answer the phone from a government agency or do not know who's calling, but our belief is that these are not children who are lost. And there are background checks. The Biden administration does, notwithstanding what's been said here today, the Biden administration does do background checks. If there have been shortcuts taken at any point, those need to be fixed, and I believe that the agency is looking into that. Obviously,
Thank
we
you.
don't want to give...
I take back my time. Thank you, sir. My colleague from New York, before he left the room, he made a couple claims. He said, can the Biden administration hire more immigration judges? Can they print more money to hire more Border Patrol agents? He was clearly trying to take responsibility off of this administration. And then he said, it's because Republicans have no interest in actually solving the problems, which is ironic. And then he actually brought up something that he constantly talks about where the vast majority of the weapons that the cartels are using is coming from. Mr. Chairman, I have a question for you. Has my colleague from New York ever presented the data to this committee to back up this claim?
I'm
so the
sorry,
rest of us can see it?
I was having a conversation, a sidebar. I missed the question.
Okay. Well, I'd like to know if he's ever, if my colleague from New York has ever.
I think you can ask him,
presented data.
but we can check.
Okay.
But I don't know the question. So
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Ms. Dela Cruz for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for putting on this important hearing and for allowing me to wave on today. This is especially important for myself. I am the Congresswoman and have the honor of serving South Texas as their Congresswoman, where we house one of the largest Border Patrol sectors in the entire nation. You know, sitting here as a guest of the chairman that I'm so grateful to have me here, it is very frustrating to hear from my friends on the other side of the aisle, first of all, dismissing 80,000+ children who are missing, dismissing the failed Biden administration policy that has not only let the immigrants down, but has let our Border Patrol agents down, has let South Texas down, and has let our country down. It is disgusting that with record number of illegal immigrants who are coming through here, where Texas has had to fill the gap that the Biden administration has failed. Texas has stood up because Texas loves Texas. Texas loves the United States. And sadly, Governor Abbott and Texans are having to do the job that the Biden administration refuses to do. This has had devastating human consequences. In my district, 40% of my district is in Hidalgo County, a Democratic county. Democratic sheriff from Brooks County has said every immigrant body that they find, there is as many as 10 that are never recovered. 10. You're talking about one of the poorest counties in my entire district, Brooks County, where they have to bring in coolers to actually hold the dead bodies. These are people who are dying along the way, dying in the South Texas heat. Why? Because they believe the border's open. They believe they can go through the areas, not at the port of entries, but through those areas that are so unsafe. Because of the hardships that our Border Patrol agents have had to endure, we have seen the highest number of suicides in 13 years, 17 CBP suicides in 2022. This is what's happening to our Border Patrol agents. And Ms. Cantu, I thank you for your service as a wife and as a mother who I am sure spends long nights afraid to get a phone call from your husband's supervisor, afraid that he may not come home that night. Those are scary things. Tell us about how the mental part of your husband's job has not only impacted your husband and his colleagues, but also your family.
Thank you for your question, ma'am. I can tell you that our community within the Border Patrol has been so affected that now we actually get phone calls of agents on that last straw trying to speak to my husband that they're on the verge of taking their life. That was unheard of. This is recent. We have to check up on everybody now. We call agents that we haven't spoken to in a while just to make sure how they're doing. This is real. The frustration every single day at your job is real. The stories, they are not used to the amount of stories that they hear, the amount of frustration, the amount of adding on everything else in life. And these are humans. They're human beings, just like us. It's a different environment now. The increase in the divorce rate, we have, like I said, we create our own communities just to make sure and check up on everybody. I mean, we try to reach out as many people as we can. We do what we can do just for ourselves. And that feels lonely, that you don't have somebody that's gonna support you, like our own government.
Thank you again, Ms. Cantu, and you're absolutely right. The Biden administration has failed again, not only to secure our borders, but they have failed the very people that are working hard to support our nation and keep our nation secure. Thank you. With that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields, and without objection, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall's opening statement is submitted for the record. I now recognize the ranking member for his closing comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Before I close, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record the opening statement of Mr. Ivey of Maryland.
So ordered.
Thank you. Let me say to the witnesses for today's hearing, a lot of us have heard you. I've indicated in my opening statement that it will take Democrats and Republicans to solve the problem. Some of the legislation I outlined where former ranking member Katko and I authored and became law was an example of that. I look forward to doing that going forward. After we do the hearings, I hope we have the strength to put meaningful legislation forward to address this problem. It requires more than just at the border. We talked about some of the conversations with the embassies and consulates in the South. That has to be a robust process. We can't do that, but our committee doesn't have that jurisdiction. That's Foreign Affairs Committee's jurisdiction. They have to do it. Some committee is Judiciary. They have part of the jurisdiction of what we're dealing with, as well as a couple more committees. So what we really need as we address this is some form of comprehensive immigration reform on one hand, but we also need to address the drug issue coming into this country. There's no question about it. We can't, in my humble opinion, be viewed as the arrogant Americans. And we have to lead as a country. And you can't lead from behind. We've been fortunate. Our history of people coming to this country is replete with examples of people coming from other parts of the world, coming to our shores seeking a better way of life. And for the most part, we've welcomed so many of them here. And I think that's why we have historically been the shining example of why people want to come to the United States of America. And I think as we address this issue, we can't decide that all of a sudden we're so good that nobody else ought to come. I just, I've said this several times. My ancestors came here in the belly of a ship. They didn't want to come here. They came as slaves. I'm here. I don't know anywhere else I want to be. But I can sympathize and empathize with people who are trying to come to this country, because we have a value system that everybody looks up to. And so whatever we come up with as a committee, I hope we look at the history of this great country and what it's meant to so many people struggling to come to a better way. But I think for the record, we also have to kind of outline the policies that got us to where we are today. So it's important for us to understand the human cost of the past Trump policies my colleagues seem to want to go back to, like family separation. There are still hundreds of children who need to be united. So it's stunning some of my Republican colleagues would suggest the problem is minor and has to be solved. President Trump's inhumane and ineffective border policies, like Title 42 and Remain in Mexico, cause smugglers and criminal cartels to realize unprecedented profits and transform human smuggling into a multi-billion-dollar illicit industry, because they figured it out. If we send them back to Mexico, we'll figure out a way to get them back to the United States, but it'll cost more for them to do it. And that's what happened. Record reflects that. The Biden administration and Democrats are taking action to keep our borders secure. The Biden administration has ramped up efforts like Operation Blue Lotus and Operation Artemis to go after the traffickers, smugglers, and transnational criminal organizations. We funded more technology and more officers to increase inspection at ports of entry. We also funded more Border Patrol agents for between ports of entry, and not a single Republican on this committee voted for that increase. It was only Democrats who voted to give our Border Patrol agents exactly what they asked for. And I'll continue to be one of those persons who say I'll continue. I won't play the politics. My Republican colleagues did not vote for any increase in the Homeland Security budget last year. They voted against it. I'd also like to set the record straight about what we heard today about DNA testing. CBP did not stop DNA testing for families. The vendor CBP has contracted with for DNA testing now offers tests for single purchase through a government-wide contract, which is more cost-effective. When CBP has concerns about whether a child is related to the adults they enter the United States with, they absolutely should conduct a test. This is not stopped. As I said at the beginning of the hearing, this committee is a bipartisan history, has a bipartisan history of working together to address real threats and protect vulnerable people. It's time that we return to that. Past time that we, as Democrats and Republicans, finally get it right. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The ranking member yields. For my closing comments, I just want to say I think we've moved the needle some today. Your stories have been amplified. There are a lot of people that have been listening today. And I think the American people know more now how the policies that, despite having himself continued, those policies have resulted in more trafficked children, more trafficked fentanyl, more crime, more trauma and anxiety on the Border Patrol agents and their families. You have gotten that message out. We've also heard today from even the minority witness that Biden's policies are part of the problem. And at least two of the members of the minority today actually admitted there's a big border crisis. That's a movement of the needle. That's a movement of the needle. Thank Thank goodness. But one of the best indicators that some success today is that the minority never really fought to defend Mayorkas' policies. The theme of today's Democrat questions and even their selection of a witness, it's about beat up Trump. The mantra is all back to the kids in cages, which, by the way, and the minority seems to forget this, the images from that the press used were from the Obama administration. But that deflection speaks volumes, and I think that's a good thing for us all to observe. And I want to take a look, too, at one of the other deflections from the minority party. This echoing argument from almost all of them about we have to fix immigration law. Well, I agree. But we have to secure the border first, or the incentive just keeps more mass waves of people coming. And I really appreciate the ranking member in his closing comments who just said other committees are involved. It'd be great if we could all focus on the homeland security piece of this and instead of spending a lot of time talking about immigration reform, because that is another committee. He's absolutely right. That's Judiciary Committee. And so I thank him for actually bringing that up. This committee is about homeland security, and the greatest issue in homeland security right now is border security. And we did pass a bill that contained many of the solutions our witnesses talked about today and asked for, H.R. 2. We also heard that this is just some kind of an impeachment hearing. Well, I'll remind my colleagues that oversight is one of our responsibilities. We write laws, and yes, oversight is one of our responsibilities. You know what? Greater than 200,000 dead Americans, I think that warrants the time until we get it stopped. 85,000 children that the sponsor doesn't want to pick up the phone, okay. They're not picking up the phone. I'm sorry, those people, those children deserve us getting to the bottom of it. But since they want to compare Trump and Biden, let's do it. Let's look at some numbers. The minority speaks about 5,500 separated children. Any child separated is bad, but they talk about that and almost to a person today. Going back to Trump, this administration has separated 400,000 children from their parents by not sending them back to their parents in their home countries. 400,000 that have been separated. 85,000. Okay, Mr. Bishop said 6%, that which means 7% of that number. If it's just 7% of that number, that's more than the previous administration. Tens of thousands of American parents permanently separated from their children because they're dead due to the fentanyl pouring across our southern border. The minority members also mentioned the deaths of the border migrants during Mr. Trump's administration. And I remember I was here during a hearing, sitting right over there, as a member of this committee when we were concerned about 3 children that had died. And fortunately, as an ER physician, I got to be an expert witness, so to speak, in my questioning about that. Many of the members deferring to me, allowing me to keep asking questions. There were 3 deaths we were talking about, 1,700 deaths, and they quit telling the American people about it. And if you look at the rate, that's 3 times the rate of the previous president. So if you want to compare numbers or you want to compare presidents, sure, we'll do that. There was also something I took offense to, and someone said that we weren't upholding American values. And I don't think it was the ranking member. I don't know who it was. Someone made the accusation we're somehow not upholding American values. Yes, I believe we're a nation of immigrants, and I am for legal immigration. We have unfilled jobs in this country. We have to get this fixed, but you can't fix that first. You have to fix border security, which is our job in this committee. But I want to say this about American values. I think one of our greatest values is upholding the rule of law. Mayorkas is violating the rule of law. The courts have deemed so. that by the way they're doing the judicial side of the INA, executing the INA law, is against the law. And CBP One app doesn't suddenly create a legal pathway into the United States. I'm sorry, it does not. How about the American value of upholding the rule of law? And we've heard from our witnesses today that saved lives. We've also heard, and I deeply believe it's true, that Mr. Mayorkas knows his policies have increased the number of trafficked human beings and knows that it has increased the number of dead Americans due to drugs, yet he's done nothing. We heard in questions from Mr. McCall that by ignoring this fact, the fact that the policies have increased human trafficking, Mr. McCall, a former federal prosecutor, that at a minimum it's complicity and that it's potentially aiding and abetting the drug cartels in their crimes. We will continue to look into that. There are also accusations of our side that we've not done anything but investigate. Just all we're about is this investigation. But interestingly, the ranking member even mentioned a co-sponsored bill between him and Representative Garbarino that actually passed in this Congress. And I recall a bill that Mr. Swalwell and I reached across the aisle and did on cybersecurity. It's time for oversight on these 200,000 dead Americans. And Ms. Snodgrass, I commend you. My son was born about the same time your son was. And your loss is incomprehensible. But your response for fighting for American families and the cause of your son's bill, your son will live forever in that piece of legislation, because I told my team today to sign me on to that bill, and we will get it across the finish line. Ms. Cantu, thank you for your service to this great country. My spouse served as an Army wife for 24 years, and when you're in that position, it's tough. And the crisis that's going on at our southern border right now, one of our own making, you shouldn't have to be enduring. But I do appreciate you, and I really thank you for being here today. Mr. Gallant, I think I heard you say that the ACLU, or at least the government, should be at least looking into these 85,000 phone calls that haven't been answered. And so for that, I want to appreciate you saying that. I think I did hear you say that. And I want to thank you for being here today. Really do. Mr. Ballard. Thanks for being an American hero and going after those kids. These cartels who capture these kids are some of the most violent people and most dangerous people on the planet. I've seen the videos of what they do when they catch people. And you had the guts to go into the mouth of the dragon and rescue little children. You are a hero. And I hope America's youth know your story and emulate you. It would be great for our country if they would. I agree. God's children should not be for sale. But tragically, many are. And as we've heard today, Secretary Mayorkas' policies have increased the number trafficked and increased the number of dead from fentanyl. And knowing this, he's done nothing. This hearing will be followed by a hearing on the financial costs. Now, we've talked about the human costs. We also need to look at the financial costs of an open border. I want to thank everybody for being here. Again, thank our witnesses. Thank the ranking member. This committee is adjourned.